Mahendra Nath Gupta. In the life of the great saviors and prophets of the world, it is often found that they are accompanied by souls of high spiritual potency who play a conspicuous part in the furtherance of their master's mission. They become so integral a part of the life and work of these great ones that posterity can think of them only in mutual association. Such is the case with Sri Ramakrishna and M., whose diary has come to be known to the world as the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna in English and as Sri Ramakrishna Kathamritha in the original Bengali version. Sri Mahendra Nath Gupta I, familiarly known to the readers of the Gospel by his pen name M. and to the devotees as Master Mahashay, was born on the 14th of July, 1854 as the son of Madhusudan Gupta, an officer of the Calcutta High Court, and his wife, Swarnamayi Devi. He had a brilliant scholastic career at Hare School and the Presidency College at Calcutta. The range of his studies included the best that both Occidental and Oriental learning had to offer: English literature, history, economics, Western philosophy and law on the one hand, and Sanskrit literature and grammar, darsanas, Puranas, Smritis, Jainism, Buddhism, astrology and Ayurveda on the other, were the subjects in which he attained considerable proficiency. He was an educationist all his life, both in a spiritual and in a secular sense. After he passed out of college, he took up work as headmaster in a number of schools in succession: Narail High School, City School, Ripon College School, Metropolitan School, Aryan School, Oriental School, Oriental Seminary and Model School. The causes of his migration from school to school were that he could not get on with some of the managements on grounds of principles, and that often his spiritual mood drew him away to places of pilgrimage for long periods. He worked with some of the most noted public men of the time like Iswar Chandra Vidyasagar and Surendranath Banerjee. The latter appointed him as a professor in the City and Ripon colleges, where he taught subjects like English, philosophy, history and economics. In his later days he took over the Morton School, and he spent his time in the staircase room of the third floor of it, administering the school and preaching the message of the Master. He was much respected in educational circles, where he was usually referred to as Rector Mahashay. A teacher who had worked under him writes thus in warm appreciation of his teaching methods: "Only when I worked with him in school could I appreciate what a great educationist he was. He would come down to the level of his students when teaching, though he himself was so learned, so talented. Ordinarily, teachers confine their instruction to what is given in books without much thought as to whether the student can accept it or not. But M. would first of all gauge how much the student could take in and by what means. He would employ aids to teaching like maps, pictures and diagrams, so that his students could learn by seeing." 30 years ago, from 1953, when the question of imparting education through the medium of the mother tongue was being discussed, M. had already employed Bengali as the medium of instruction in the Morton School. M. The Apostle and the Evangelist by Swami Nityamananda Part 1. p. 15. Imparting secular education was, however, only his profession. His main concern was with the spiritual regeneration of man, a calling for which destiny seems to have chosen him. From his childhood he was deeply pious, and he used to be moved very much by sadhus, temples and Durga Puja celebrations. The piety and eloquence of the great Brahmo leader of the times, Keshab Chandra Sen, elicited a powerful response from the impressionable mind of Mahendra Nath, as it did in the case of many an idealistic young man of Calcutta, and prepared him to receive the great light that was to dawn on him with the coming of Sri Ramakrishna into his life. This epoch-making event of his life came about in a very strange way. M. belonged to a joint family with several collateral members. Some 10 years after he began his career as an educationist, bitter quarrels broke out among the members of the family, driving the sensitive M to despair and utter despondency. He lost all interest in life and left home one night to go into the wide world with the idea of ending his life. At dead of night he took rest in his sister's house at Baranagar. And in the morning, accompanied by a nephew Siddheshwar, he wandered from one garden to another in Calcutta until Siddheshwar brought him to the temple garden of Dakshineswar where Sri Ramakrishna was then living. After spending some time in the beautiful rose gardens there, he was directed to the room of the Paramahamsa, where the eventful meeting of the master and the disciple took place on a blessed evening. The exact date is not on record. On a Sunday in March 1882. As regards what took place on the occasion, the reader is referred to the opening section of the first chapter of the Gospel. The Master, who divined the mood of desperation in M. his resolve to take leave of Thespiae field of deception, put new faith and hope into him by his gracious words of assurance. God forbid. Why should you take leave of this world? Do you not feel blessed by discovering your Guru? By his grace, what is beyond all imagination or dreams can be easily achieved. At these words the clouds of despair moved away from the horizon of M's mind, and the sunshine of a new hope revealed to him fresh vistas of meaning in life. Referring to this phase of his life, M. used to say, "Behold, where is the resolve to end life? And where the discovery of God, that is, sorrow should be looked upon as a friend of man. God is all good." Ibid p.33. After this resettlement, M's life revolved around the Master. Though he continued his professional work as an educationist during all holidays, including Sundays, he spent his time at Dakshineswar in the Master's company, and at times extended his stay to several days. It did not take much time for M. to become very intimate with the Master, or for the Master to recognize in this disciple a divinely commissioned partner in the fulfillment of his spiritual mission. When M. was reading out the Chaitanya Bhagavata, the Master discovered that he had been, in a previous birth, a disciple and companion of the great Vaishnava teacher, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the Master even saw him with his naked eye, participating in the ecstatic mass singing of the Lord's name under the leadership of that divine personality. So the Master told M. "You are my own, of the same substance as the Father and the Son," indicating thereby that M. was one of the chosen few and a part and parcel of his divine mission. There was an urge in M. to abandon the household life and become a sannyasin. When he communicated this idea to the Master, he forbade him, saying, "Mother has told me that you have to do a little of her work. You will have to teach Bhagavata, the word of God, to humanity. The mother keeps a Bhagavata pandit with a bondage in the world." Quote, Ibid p.36. An appropriate allusion indeed. Bhagavata, the great scripture that has given the word of Sri Krishna to mankind, was composed by the sage Vyasa under similar circumstances. When caught up in a mood of depression like that of M. Vyasa was advised by the sage Narada that he would gain peace of mind only on composing a work exclusively devoted to the depiction of the Lord's glorious attributes and his teachings on knowledge and devotion. And the result was that the world got from Vyasa the invaluable gift of the Bhagavata Purana, depicting the life and teachings of Sri Krishna. From the mental depression of the modem Vyasa, the world has obtained the Kathamrita, the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Sri Ramakrishna was a teacher for both the orders of mankind, sannyasins and householders. His own life offered an ideal example for both, and he left behind disciples who followed the highest traditions he had set in respect of both these ways of life. M. along with Nag Mahashay, exemplified how a householder can rise to the highest level of sagehood. M. was married to Nikunja Devi, a distant relative of Keshab Chandra Sen, even when he was reading at college. And he had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The responsibility of the family, no doubt, made him dependent on his professional income. But the great devotee that he was, he never compromised with ideals and principles for this reason. Once when he was working as the headmaster in a school managed by the great Vidyasagar, the results of the school at the public examination happened to be rather poor. And Vidyasagar attributed it to M's preoccupation with the master and his consequent failure to attend adequately to the schoolwork. M at once resigned his post without any thought of the morrow. Within a fortnight the family was in poverty, and M was one day pacing up and down the veranda of his house, musing how he would feed his children the next day. Just then a man came with a letter addressed to Mahendra Babu, and on opening it, M found that it was a letter from his friend Sri Surendra Nath Banerjee, asking whether he would like to take up a professorship in the Ripon College. In this way 3 or 4 times he gave up the job that gave him the wherewithal to support the family, either for upholding principles or for practicing spiritual sadhanas in holy places, without any consideration of the possible dire worldly consequences. But he was always able to get over these difficulties somehow, and the interests of his family never suffered. In spite of his disregard for worldly goods, he was, towards the latter part of his life, in a fairly flourishing condition as the proprietor of the Morton School, which he developed into a noted educational institution in the city. The Lord has said in the Bhagavad Gita that in the case of those who think of nothing except Him, He Himself would take up all their material and spiritual responsibilities. M was an example of the truth of the Lord's promise. Though his children received proper attention from him, his real family, both during the Master's lifetime and after, consisted of saints, devotees, sannyasins and spiritual aspirants. His life exemplifies the Master's teaching that an ideal householder must be like a good maid-servant of a family, loving and caring properly for the children of the house, but knowing always that her real home and children are elsewhere. During the Master's lifetime he spent all his Sundays and other holidays with him and his devotees. And besides listening to the holy talks and devotional music, practiced meditation both on the personal and the impersonal aspects of God under the direct guidance of the Master. In the pages of the Gospel the reader gets a picture of M's spiritual relationship with the Master. How from a hazy belief in the impersonal God of the Brahmos, he was step by step brought to accept both personality and impersonality as the 2 aspects of the same non-dual being. How he was convinced of the manifestation of that being as gods, goddesses and as incarnations, and how he was established in a life that was both of a Janani and of a Bhakta. This Janani Bhakta outlook and way of living became so dominant a feature of his life that Swami Raghavananda, who was very closely associated with him during his last 6 years, remarks, among those who lived with M in latter days, some felt that he always lived in this constant and conscious union with God even with open eyes, i.e., even in waking consciousness. Swami Raghavananda's article on M in Prabuddha Bharata Volume 37, p. 442. Besides undergoing spiritual disciplines at the feet of the Master, M used to go to holy places during the Master's lifetime itself and afterwards too as a part of his sadhana. He was one of the earliest of the disciples to visit Kamarpukur, the birthplace of the Master, in the latter's lifetime itself, for he wished to practice contemplation on the Master's early life in its true original setting. His experience there is described as follows by Swami Nityaatmananda. By the grace of the Master, he saw the entire Kamarpukur as a holy place bathed in an effulgent light. Trees and creepers, beasts and birds and men. All were made of effulgence. So he prostrated to all on the road. He saw a torn cat, which appeared to him luminous with the light of consciousness. Immediately he fell to the ground and saluted it. M. The Apostle and the Evangelist by Swami Nityananda, Volume I. p. 40. He had similar experience in Dakshineswar also. At the instance of the Master he also visited Puri. And in the words of Swami Nityananda, with indomitable courage, M. embraced the image of Jagannath out of season, to the life of sadhana and holy association that he started on at the feet of the Master. He continued all through his life. He has for this reason been most appropriately described as a grihastha sannyasi, householder sannyasin, though he was forbidden by the Master to become a sannyasin. His reverence for the sannyasa ideal was wholehearted and was without any reservation. So after Sri Ramakrishna's passing away, while several of the Master's householder devotees considered the young sannyasin disciples of the Master as inexperienced and inconsequential, M. stood by them with the firm faith that the Master's life and message were going to be perpetuated only through them. Swami Vivekananda wrote from America in a letter to the inmates of the Math. When Sri Thakur, Master, left the body, everyone gave us up as a few unripe urchins. But M. and a few others did not leave us in the lurch. We cannot repay our debt to them. Swami Raghavananda's article on M. in Prabuddha Bharata Volume XXXP 442. M. spent his weekends and holidays with the monastic brethren who, after the Master's demise, had formed themselves into an order with a math at Baranagore, and participated in the intense life of devotion and meditation that they followed. At other times he would retire to Dakshineswar or some garden in the city and spend several days in spiritual practice, taking simple self-cooked food. In order to feel that he was one with all mankind, he often used to go out of his home at dead of night, and like a wandering sannyasin, sleep with the waifs on some open veranda or footpath on the road. After the Master's demise, M. went on pilgrimage several times. He visited Benares, Vrindavan, Ayodhya and other places. At Benares he visited the famous Trailinga Swami and fed him with sweets. And he had long conversations with Swami Bhaskarananda, one of the noted saintly and scholarly sannyasins of the time. In 1912 he went with the Holy Mother to Benares, and spent about a year in the company of sannyasins at Benares, Vrindavan, Hardwar, Harishikesh and Swargashram, but he returned to Calcutta, as that city offered him the unique opportunity of associating himself with the places hallowed by the Master in his lifetime. Afterwards he does not seem to have gone to any far-off place, but stayed on in his room in the Morton School carrying on his spiritual ministry, speaking on the Master and his teachings to the large number of people who flocked to him after having read his famous Kathamrita, known to English readers as the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. This brings us to the circumstances that led to the writing and publication of this monumental work, which has made M. one of the immortals in hagiographic literature. While many educated people heard Sri Ramakrishna's talks, it was given to this illustrious personage alone to leave a graphic and exact account of them for posterity, with details like date, hour, place, names and particulars about participants. Humanity owes this great book to the ingrained habit of diary keeping with which M. was endowed, even as a boy of about 13. While he was a student in the 3rd class of the Hare School, he was in the habit of keeping a diary. Today on rising, he wrote in his diary, "I greeted my father and mother, prostrating on the ground before them." Swami Nityanandazam, The Apostle and the Evangelist, Part 1. p. 29. At another place he wrote, "Today, while on my way to school, I visited, as usual, the temples of Kali, the mother at Thanthania, and of Mother Sitala, and paid my obeisance to them. About 25 years after, when he met the great master in the spring of 1882, it was the same instinct of a born diary writer that made him begin his book, unique in the literature of hagiography, with the memorable words, "When hearing the name of Hari or Rama once, you shed tears and your hair stands on end. Then you may know for certain that you do not have to perform devotions such as Sandhya anymore." In addition to this instinct for diary keeping, M. had great endowments contributing to success in this line, writes Swami Nityaatmananda, who lived in close association with M. In his book entitled M. the Apostle and Evangelist, M's prodigious memory combined with his extraordinary power of imagination completely annihilated the distance of time and place for him. Even after the lapse of half a century, he could always visualize vividly scenes from the life of Sri Ramakrishna. Superb too was his power to portray pictures by words. Besides the prompting of his inherent instinct, the main inducement for M. to keep this diary of his experiences at Dakshineswar was his desire to provide himself with a means for living in holy company at all times. Being a school teacher, he could be with the master only on Sundays and other holidays. And it was on his diary that he depended for holy company on other days. The devotional scriptures like the Bhagavata say that holy company is the first and most important means for the generation and growth of devotion. For in such company man could hear talks on spiritual matters and listen to the glorification of divine attributes, charged with the fervor and conviction emanating from the hearts of great lovers of God. Such company is therefore the one certain means through which Sraddha, faith, Rati, attachment to God, and Bhakti, loving devotion, are generated. The diary of his visits to Dakshineswar provided M. with material for reliving, through reading and contemplation, the holy company he had had earlier. Even on days when he was not able to visit Dakshineswar, the wealth of details and the vivid description of men and things in the midst of which the sublime conversations are set, provide excellent material to relive those experiences for anyone with imaginative powers. It was observed by M's disciples and admirers that in later life also, whenever he was free or alone, he would be poring over his diary, transporting himself on the wings of imagination to the glorious days he spent at the feet of the Master. During the Master's lifetime, M. does not seem to have revealed the contents of his diary to anyone. There is an unconfirmed tradition that when the Master saw him taking notes, he expressed apprehension at the possibility of his utilizing these to publicize him like Kashab Sen. For the great master was so full of the spirit of renunciation and humility that he disliked being lionized. It must be for this reason that no one knew about this precious diary of M. for a decade until he brought out selections from it as a pamphlet in English in 1897 with the Holy Mother's blessings and permission. The Holy Mother, being very much pleased to hear parts of the diary read to her in Bengali, wrote to M. When I heard the Kathamritha, Bengali name of the book, I felt as if it was he, the Master, who was saying all that. Ibid Part 1, p. 37. The two pamphlets in English entitled The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna appeared in October and November 1897. They drew the spontaneous acclamation of Swami Vivekananda, who wrote on the 24th of November of that year from Dehradun to M. Many thanks for your second leaflet. It is indeed wonderful. The move is quite original. And never was the life of a great teacher brought before the public untarnished by the writer's mind, as you are doing. The language also is beyond all praise. So fresh, so pointed, and withal so plain and easy. I cannot express in adequate terms how I have enjoyed them. I am really in a transport when I read them. Strange, isn't it? Our teacher and Lord was so original. And each one of us will have to be original or nothing. I now understand why none of us attempted his life before. It has been reserved for you. This great work. He is with you evidently. Vedanta Kesari Volume 19 p. 141. Also given in the first edition of the Gospel published from Ramakrishna Math. Madras in 1911. And Swamiji added a postscript to the letter. Socratic dialogues are Plato all over. You are entirely hidden. Moreover, the dramatic part is infinitely beautiful. Everybody likes it, here or in the West, indeed. In order to be unknown, Mahendranath had used the pen name M, under which the book has been appearing till now. But so great a book cannot remain obscure for long, nor can its author remain unrecognized by the large public in these modern times. M. And his book came to be widely known very soon and to meet the growing demand. A full-sized book, volume, Eye of the Gospel, translated by the author himself, was published in 1907 by the Brahmavadin Office, Madras. A second edition of it, revised by the author, was brought out by the Ramakrishna Math, Madras in December 1911, and subsequently a second part, containing new chapters from the original Bengali, was published by the same Math in 1922. The full English translation of the Gospel by Swami Nikhilananda appeared first in 1942. In Bengali the book is published in 5 volumes, the first part having appeared in 1902 and the others in 1905. 1907, 1910 and 1932 respectively. It looks as if M. was brought to the world by the great master to record his words and transmit them to posterity. Swami Sivananda, a direct disciple of the master and the second president of the Ramakrishna Math and Mission, says on this topic, whenever there was an interesting talk, the master would call Master Mahashay if he was not in the room, and then draw his attention to the holy words spoken. We did not know then why the master did so. Now we can realize that this action of the master had an important significance. For it was reserved for Master Mahashay to give to the world at large the sayings of the master. Vedanta Kesari Volume 19 p. 141. Thanks to M. we get, unlike in the case of the great teachers of the past, a faithful record with date, time, exact report of conversations, description of concerned men and places, references to contemporary events and personalities, and 100 other details for the last 4 years of the master's life, 1882-86, so that no one can doubt the historicity of the master and his teachings at any time in the future. M. was in every respect a true missionary of Sri Ramakrishna right from his first acquaintance with him in 1882. As a school teacher, it was a practice with him to direct to the master such of his students as had a true spiritual disposition. Though himself prohibited by the master to take to monastic life, he encouraged all spiritually inclined young men he came across in his later life to join the monastic order. Swami Vishwanananda, a direct Sannyasin disciple of the master and a president of the Ramakrishna order, once remarked to M. By enquiry I have come to the conclusion that 80% and more of the sannyasins have embraced the monastic life after reading the Kathamrita and coming in contact with you. M. The Apostle and the Evangelist by Swami Nityamananda Part 1. p. 37. In 1905 he retired from the active life of a professor and devoted his remaining 27 years exclusively to the preaching of the life and message of the great master. He bought the Morton Institution from its original proprietors and shifted it to a commodious 4-storied house at 50 Amherst Street, where it flourished under his management as one of the most efficient educational institutions in Calcutta. He generally occupied a staircase room at the top of it, cooking his own meal which consisted only of milk and rice without variation. and attended to all his personal needs himself. His dress also was the simplest possible. It was his conviction that limitation of personal wants to the minimum is an important aid to holy living. About 1 hour in the morning he would spend in inspecting the classes of the school, and then retire to his staircase room to pore over his diary and live in the divine atmosphere of the earthly days of the great master. Unless devotees and admirers had already gathered in his room seeking his holy company. In appearance, M. looked a Vedic rishi, tall and stately in bearing. He had a strong and well-built body, an unusually broad chest, high forehead and arms extending to the knees. His complexion was fair and his prominent eyes were always tinged with the expression of the divine love that filled his heart. Adorned with a silvery beard that flowed luxuriantly down his chest, and a shining face radiating the serenity and gravity of holiness, M. was as imposing and majestic as he was handsome and engaging in appearance. Humorous, sweet-tongued and eloquent when situations required. This great Maharishi of our age lived only to sing the glory of Sri Ramakrishna day and night. Though a very well-versed scholar in the Upanishads, Gita and the philosophies of the East and the West, all his discussions and teachings found their culmination in the life and the message of Sri Ramakrishna, in which he found the real explanation and illustration of all the scriptures. Both consciously and unconsciously, he was the teacher of the Kathamrita, the nectarine words of the great master. Though a much sought-after spiritual guide, an educationist of repute, and a contemporary and close associate of illustrious personages like Sri Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda, Keshab Chandra Sen and Iswar Chandra Vidyasagar, he was always moved by the noble humanity of a lover of God, which consists in respecting the personalities of all as receptacles of the divine spirit. So he taught without the consciousness of a teacher, and no bar of superiority stood in the way of his doing the humblest service to his students and devotees. He was a commission of love, writes his close devotee, Swami Raghavananda, and yet his soft and sweet words would pierce the stoniest heart, make the worldly-minded weep and repent and turn Godwards. Prabhuda Bharata Volume 37 p. 499. As time went on and the number of devotees increased, the staircase room and terrace of the third floor of the Morton Institution became a veritable Naimisaranya of modern times, resounding during all hours of the day, and sometimes of night, too, with the word of God coming from the rishi-like face of M. addressed to the eager God-seekers sitting around, to the devotees who helped him in preparing the text of the Gospel. He would dictate the conversations of the Master in a meditative mood, referring now and then to his diary. At times in the stillness of midnight he would awaken a nearby devotee and tell him, "Let us listen to the words of the Master in the depths of the night as he explains the truth of the Pranava." Vedanta Kesari 19 p. 142. Swami Raghavananda, an intimate devotee of M. writes as follows about these devotional sittings. In the sweet and warm months of April and May, sitting under the canopy of heaven on the roof garden of 50 Amherst Street, surrounded by shrubs and plants, himself sitting in their midst like a rishi of old, the stars and planets in their courses beckoning us to things infinite and sublime, he would speak to us of the mysteries of God and his love and of the yearning that would rise in the human heart to solve the eternal riddle, as exemplified in the life of his master. The mind, melting under the influence of his soft sweet words of light, would almost transcend the frontiers of limited existence and dare to peep into the infinite. He himself would take the influence of the setting and say, "What a blessed privilege it is to sit in such a setting," pointing to the starry heavens, in the company of the devotees discoursing on God and his love. These unforgettable scenes will long remain imprinted on the minds of his hearers. Prabuddha Bharata Volume 37 p. 497. About 27 years of his life he spent in this way in the heart of the great city of Calcutta, radiating the Master's thoughts and ideals to countless devotees who flocked to him, and to still larger numbers who read his Kathamrita, the last part of which he had completed before June 1932 and given to the press. And miraculously, as it were, his end also came immediately after he had completed his life's mission. About 3 months earlier he had come to stay at his home at 13-2 Gurdus Prasad Chodwari Lane at Thakur Bari, where the Holy Mother had herself installed the Master and where his regular worship was being conducted for the previous 40 years. The night of the 3rd of June being the Phalaharini Kali Puja Day, M. had sent his devotees who used to keep company with him to attend the special worship at Belur Math at night. After attending the service at the home shrine, he went through the proof of the Kathamrita for an hour. Suddenly he got a severe attack of neuralgic pain, from which he had been suffering now and then of late. Before 6 a.m. in the early hours of the 4th of June 1932, he passed away, fully conscious and chanting, Gurudeva Ma, Kol Tul Na O Master, O Mother, take me in your arms. Single quote. Introduction by Swami Nikhilananda. Sri Ramakrishna, the God-man of modern India, was born at Kamarpukur. This village in the Hooghly district preserved during the last century the idyllic simplicity of the rural areas of Bengal. Situated far from the railway, it was untouched by the glamour of the city. It contained rice fields, tall palms, royal banyans, a few lakes, and 2 cremation grounds. South of the village a stream took its leisurely course. A mango orchard dedicated by a neighboring zamindar to the public use was frequented by the boys for their noonday sports. A highway passed through the village to the great temple of Jagannath at Puri, and the villagers, most of whom were farmers and craftsmen, entertained many passing holy men and pilgrims. The dull round of the rural life was broken by lively festivals, the observance of sacred days, religious singing, and other innocent pleasures. About his parents Sri Ramakrishna once said, "My mother was the personification of rectitude and gentleness. She did not know much about the ways of the world. Innocent of the art of concealment, she would say what was in her mind. People loved her for open-heartedness. My father, an orthodox Brahmin, never accepted gifts from the Sudras. He spent much of his time in worship and meditation, and in repeating God's name and chanting his glories. Whenever in his daily prayers he invoked the goddess Gayatri, his chest flushed and tears rolled down his cheeks. He spent his leisure hours making garlands for the family deity. Raghuvir, Khudiram Chattopadhyaya and Chandra Devi, the parents of Sri Ramakrishna, were married in 1799. At that time Khudiram was living in his ancestral village of Darapur, not far from Kamarpukur. Their first son, Ramkumar, was born in 1805, and their first daughter, Katyayani, in 1810. In 1814 Khudiram was ordered by his landlord to bear false witness in court against a neighbor. When he refused to do so, the landlord brought a false case against him and deprived him of his ancestral property. Thus dispossessed, he arrived, at the invitation of another landlord, in the quiet village of Kamarpukur, where he was given a dwelling and about an acre of fertile land. The crops from this little property were enough to meet his family's simple needs. Here he lived in simplicity, dignity, and contentment. 10 years after his coming to Kamarpukur, Khudiram made a pilgrimage on foot to Rameswar, at the southern extremity of India. 2 years later was born his second son, whom he named Rameswar. Again in 1835, at the age of 60, he made a pilgrimage, this time to Gaya. Here, from ancient times, Hindus have come from the four corners of India to discharge their duties to their departed ancestors by offering them food and drink at the sacred footprint of the Lord Vishnu. At this holy place Khudiram had a dream in which the Lord Vishnu promised to be born as his son. And Chandra Devi, too, in front of the Shiva temple at Kamarpukur, had a vision indicating the birth of a divine child. Upon his return the husband found that she had conceived. It was on February 18, 1836, that the child, to be known afterwards as Ramakrishna, was born. In memory of the dream at Gaya he was given the name of Gadadhar, the bearer of the mace, an epithet of Vishnu. 3 years later a little sister was born. Boyhood Gadadhar grew up into a healthy and restless boy, full of fun and sweet mischief. He was intelligent and precocious and endowed with a prodigious memory. On his father's lap he learnt by heart the names of his ancestors and the hymns to the gods and goddesses. And at the village school he was taught to read and write. But his greatest delight was to listen to recitations of stories from Hindu mythology and the epics. These he would afterwards recount from memory, to the great joy of the villagers. Painting he enjoyed. The art of molding images of the gods and goddesses he learnt from the potters. But arithmetic was his great aversion. At the age of 6 or 7 Gadadhar had his first experience of spiritual ecstasy. One day in June or July, when he was walking along a narrow path between paddy fields, eating the puffed rice that he carried in a basket, he looked up at the sky and saw a beautiful, dark thundercloud. As it spread, rapidly enveloping the whole sky, a flight of snow-white cranes passed in front of it. The beauty of the contrast overwhelmed the boy. He fell to the ground, unconscious, and the puffed rice went in all directions. Some villagers found him and carried him home in their arms. Gadadhar said later that in that state, he had experienced an indescribable joy. Gadadhar was 7 years old when his father died. This incident profoundly affected him. For the first time the boy realized that life on earth was impermanent. Unobserved by others, he began to slip into the mango orchard or into one of the cremation grounds. And he spent hours absorbed in his own thoughts. He also became more helpful to his mother in the discharge of her household duties. He gave more attention to reading and hearing the religious stories recorded in the Puranas. And he became interested in the wandering monks and pious pilgrims who would stop at Kamarpukur on their way to Puri. These holy men, the custodians of India's spiritual heritage and the living witnesses of the ideal of renunciation of the world and all-absorbing love of God, entertained the little boy with stories from the Hindu epics, stories of saints and prophets, and also stories of their own adventures. He, on his part, fetched their water and fuel and served them in various ways. Meanwhile, he was observing their meditation and worship. At the age of 9, Gadadhar was invested with the sacred thread. This ceremony conferred upon him the privileges of his Brahmin lineage, including the worship of the family deity, Raghuvir, and imposed upon him the many strict disciplines of a Brahmin's life. During the ceremony of investiture he shocked his relatives by accepting a meal cooked by his nurse, a Sudra woman. His father would never have dreamt of doing such a thing. But in a playful mood Gadadhar had once promised this woman that he would eat her food. And now he fulfilled his plighted word. The woman had piety and religious sincerity, and these were more important to the boy than the conventions of society. Gadadhar was now permitted to worship Raghuvir. Thus began his first training in meditation. He so gave his heart and soul to the worship that the stone image very soon appeared to him as the living Lord of the universe. His tendency to lose himself in contemplation was first noticed at this time. Behind his boyish light-heartedness was seen a deepening of his spiritual nature. About this time, on the Sivaratri night, consecrated to the worship of Shiva, a dramatic performance was arranged. The principal actor, who was to play the part of Shiva, suddenly fell ill, and Gadadhar was persuaded to act in his place. While friends were dressing him for the role of Shiva, smearing his body with ashes, matting his locks, placing a trident in his hand and a string of Rudrakasa beads around his neck, the boy appeared to become absent-minded. He approached the stage with slow and measured step. Supported by his friends, he looked the living image of Shiva. The audience loudly applauded what it took to be his skill as an actor. But it was soon discovered that he was really lost in meditation. His countenance was radiant and tears flowed from his eyes. He was lost to the outer world. The effect of this scene on the audience was tremendous. The people felt blessed as by a vision of Shiva himself. The performance had to be stopped, and the boy's mood lasted till the following morning. Gadadhar himself now organized a dramatic company with his young friends. The stage was set in the mango orchard. The themes were selected from the stories of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. Gadadhar knew by heart almost all the roles, having heard them from professional actors. His favorite theme was the Vrindavan episode of Krishna's life, depicting those exquisite love stories of Krishna and the milkmaids and the cowherd boys. Gadadhar would play the parts of Radha or Krishna and would often lose himself in the character he was portraying. His natural feminine grace heightened the dramatic effect. The mango orchard would ring with the loud kirtan of the boys. Lost in song and merry-making, Gadadhar became indifferent to the routine of school. In 1849, Ramkumar, the eldest son, went to Calcutta to improve the financial condition of the family. Gadadhar was on the threshold of youth. He had become the pet of the women of the village. They loved to hear him talk, sing, or recite from the holy books. They enjoyed his knack of imitating voices. Their woman's instinct recognized the innate purity and guilelessness of this boy of clear skin, flowing hair, beaming eyes, smiling face, and inexhaustible fun. The pious elderly women looked upon him as Gopala, the baby Krishna. Sadhus and the younger ones saw in him the youthful Krishna of Vrindavan. He himself so idealized the love of the gopis for Krishna that he sometimes yearned to be born as a woman, if he must be born again, in order to be able to love Sri Krishna with all his heart and soul. Coming to Calcutta at the age of 16, Gadadhar was summoned to Calcutta by his elder brother, Ramkumar, who wished assistance in his priestly duties. Ramkumar had opened a Sanskrit academy to supplement his income, and it was his intention gradually to turn his younger brother's mind to education. Gadadhar applied himself heart and soul to his new duty as family priest to a number of Calcutta families. His worship was very different from that of the professional priests. He spent hours decorating the images and singing hymns and devotional songs. He performed with love the other duties of his office. People were impressed with his ardor, but to his studies he paid scant attention. Ramkumar did not at first oppose the ways of his temperamental brother. He wanted Gadadhar to become used to the conditions of city life. But one day he decided to warn the boy about his indifference to the world. After all, in the near future Gadadhar must, as a householder, earn his livelihood through the performance of his Brahmanical duties. And these required a thorough knowledge of Hindu law, astrology, and kindred subjects. He gently admonished Gadadhar and asked him to pay more attention to his studies. But the boy replied spiritedly, "Brother, what shall I do with a mere bread-winning education? I would rather acquire that wisdom which will illumine my heart and give me satisfaction forever." Quote, bread-winning education. The anguish of the inner soul of India found expression through these passionate words of the young Gadadhar. For what did his unsophisticated eyes see around him in Calcutta, at that time the metropolis of India and the center of modern culture and learning? Greed and lust held sway in the higher levels of society. and the occasional religious practices were merely outer forms from which the soul had long ago departed. Gadadhar had never seen anything like this at Kamarpukur among the simple and pious villagers. The unwandering monks whom he had served in his boyhood had revealed to him an altogether different India. He had been impressed by their devotion and purity, their self-control and renunciation. He had learnt from them and from his own intuition that the ideal of life as taught by the ancient sages of India was the realization of God. When Ramkumar reprimanded Gadadhar for neglecting a bread-winning education, the inner voice of the boy reminded him that the legacy of his ancestors, the legacy of Rama, Krishna, Buddha, Sankara, Ramanuja, Chaitanya, was not worldly security but the knowledge of God. And these noble sages were the true representatives of Hindu society. Each of them was seated, as it were, on the crest of the wave that followed each successive trough in the tumultuous course of Indian national life. All demonstrated that the life current of India is spirituality. This truth was revealed to Gadadhar through that inner vision which scans past and future in one sweep, unobstructed by the barriers of time and space. But he was unaware of the history of the profound change that had taken place in the land of his birth during the previous 100 years. Hindu society during the 18th century had been passing through a period of decadence. It was the twilight of the Musalman rule. There were anarchy and confusion in all spheres. Superstitious practices dominated the religious life of the people. Rites and rituals passed for the essence of spirituality. Greedy priests became the custodians of heaven. True philosophy was supplanted by dogmatic opinions. The pundits took delight in vain polemics. In 1757, English traders laid the foundation of British rule in India. Gradually the government was systematized and lawlessness suppressed. The Hindus were much impressed by the military power and political acumen of the new rulers. In the wake of the merchants came the English educators, and social reformers, and Christian missionaries, all bearing a culture completely alien to the Hindu mind. In different parts of the country educational institutions were set up and Christian churches established. Hindu young men were offered the heady wine of the Western culture of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and they drank it to the very dregs. The first effect of the draft on the educated Hindus was a complete effacement from their minds of the time-honored beliefs and traditions of Hindu society. They came to believe that there was no transcendental truth. The world perceived by the senses was all that existed. God and religion were illusions of the untutored mind. True knowledge could be derived only from the analysis of nature. So atheism and agnosticism became the fashion of the day. The youth of India, taught in English schools, took malicious delight in openly breaking the customs and traditions of their society. They would do away with the caste system and remove the discriminatory laws about food. Social reform, the spread of secular education, widow remarriage, abolition of early marriage, they considered these the panacea for the degenerate condition of Hindu society. The Christian missionaries gave the finishing touch to the process of transformation. They ridiculed as relics of a barbarous age the images and rituals of the Hindu religion. They tried to persuade India that the teachings of her saints and seers were the cause of her downfall, that her Vedas, Puranas, and other scriptures were filled with superstition. Christianity, they maintained, had given the white race's position and power in this world and assurance of happiness in the next. Therefore Christianity was the best of all religions. Many intelligent young Hindus became converted. The man in the street was confused. The majority of the educated grew materialistic in their mental outlook. Everyone living near Calcutta or the other strongholds of Western culture, even those who attempted to cling to the orthodox traditions of Hindu society, became infected by the new uncertainties and the new beliefs. But the soul of India was to be resuscitated through a spiritual awakening. We hear the first call of this renaissance in the spirited retort of the young Gadadhar. Brother, what shall I do with a mere bread-winning education? Ramkumar could hardly understand the import of his young brother's reply. He described in bright colors the happy and easy life of scholars in Calcutta society. But Gadadhar intuitively felt that the scholars, to use one of his own vivid illustrations, were like so many vultures, soaring high on the wings of their uninspired intellect, with their eyes fixed on the charnel pit of greed and lust. So he stood firm and Ramkumar had to give way. Kali Temple at Dakshineswar. At that time there lived in Calcutta a rich widow named Rani Rasmani, belonging to the Sudra caste, and known far and wide not only for her business ability, courage, and intelligence, but also for her largeness of heart, piety, and devotion to God. She was assisted in the management of her vast property by her son-in-law Mathur Mohan. In 1847 the Rani purchased 20 acres of land at Dakshineswar, a village about 4 miles north of Calcutta. Here she created a temple garden and constructed several temples. Her Ishta, or chosen ideal, was the Divine Mother, Kali. The temple garden stands directly on the east bank of the Ganges. The northern section of the land and a portion to the east contain an orchard, flower gardens, and 2 small reservoirs. The southern section is paved with brick and mortar. The visitor arriving by boat ascends the steps of an imposing bathing ghat, which leads to the Chandni, a roofed terrace, on either side of which stand in a row 6 temples of Shiva. East of the terrace and the Shiva temples is a large court, paved, rectangular in shape, and running north and south. 2 temples stand in the center of this court, the larger one, to the south and facing south, being dedicated to Kali, and the smaller one, facing the Ganges, to Radhakanta, that is, Krishna, the consort of Radha. 9 domes with spires surmount the temple of Kali, and before it stands the spacious Natmandir, or music hall, the terrace of which is supported by stately pillars. At the northwest and southwest corners of the temple compound are 2 nahabats, or music towers, from which music flows at different times of day, especially at sunup, noon, and sundown, when the worship is performed in the temples. 3 sides of the paved courtyard, all except the west, are lined with rooms set apart for kitchens, storerooms, dining rooms, and quarters for the temple staff and guests. The chamber in the northwest angle, just beyond the last of the Shiva temples, is of special interest to us, for here Sri Ramakrishna was to spend a considerable part of his life. To the west of this chamber is a semicircular porch overlooking the river. In front of the porch runs a footpath, north and south, and beyond the path is a large garden and, below the garden, the Ganges. The orchard to the north of the buildings contains the Panchavati, the banyan, and the bel tree, associated with Sri Ramakrishna's spiritual practices. Outside and to the north of the temple compound proper is the kuthi, or bungalow, used by members of Rani Rasmani's family visiting the garden, and north of the temple garden, separated from it by a high wall, is a powder magazine belonging to the British government. Shiva. In the 12 Shiva temples are installed the emblems of the great god of renunciation in his various aspects, worshipped daily with proper rites. Shiva requires few articles of worship. White flowers and bell leaves and a little Ganges water offered with devotion are enough to satisfy the benign deity and win from him the boon of liberation. Radhakanta. The temple of Radhakanta, also known as the temple of Vishnu, contains the images of Radha and Krishna, the symbol of union with God through ecstatic love. The 2 images stand on a pedestal facing the west. The floor is paved with marble. From the ceiling of the porch hang chandeliers protected from dust by coverings of red cloth. Canvas screens shield the images from the rays of the setting sun. Close to the threshold of the inner shrine is a small brass cup containing holy water. Devoted visitors reverently drink a few drops from the vessel. Kali, the main temple, is dedicated to Kali, the Divine Mother, here worshipped as Bhavatarini, the savior of the universe. The floor of this temple also is paved with marble. The basalt image of the Mother, dressed in gorgeous gold brocade, stands on a white marble image of the prostrate body of her divine consort, Shiva, the symbol of the Absolute. On the feet of the goddess are, among other ornaments, anklets of gold. Her arms are decked with jeweled ornaments of gold. She wears necklaces of gold and pearls, a golden garland of human heads, and a girdle of human arms. She wears a golden crown, golden earrings, and a golden nose ring with a pearl drop. She has 4 arms. The lower left hand holds a severed human head and the upper grips a blood-stained saber. One right hand offers boons to her children. The other allays their fear. The majesty of her posture can hardly be described. It combines the terror of destruction with the reassurance of motherly tenderness. For she is the cosmic power, the totality of the universe, a glorious harmony of the pairs of opposites. She deals out death, as she creates and preserves. She has 3 eyes, the third being the symbol of divine wisdom. They strike dismay into the wicked, yet pour out affection for her devotees. The whole symbolic world is represented in the temple garden, the trinity of the nature mother, Kali, the Absolute, Shiva, and love, Radhakanta, the arch spanning heaven and earth, the terrific goddess of the Tantra, the soul-enthralling flute player of the Bhagavata, and the self-absorbed Absolute of the Vedas live together, creating the greatest synthesis of religions. All aspects of reality are represented there. But of this divine household, Kali is the pivot, the sovereign mistress. She is Prakriti, the procreatrix, nature, the destroyer, the creator. Nay, she is something greater and deeper still for those who have eyes to see. She is the universal mother. My mother, as Ramakrishna would say, the all-powerful, who reveals herself to her children under different aspects and divine incarnations. The visible God, who leads the elect to the invisible reality. And if it so pleases her, she takes away the last trace of ego from created beings and merges it in the consciousness of the Absolute, the indifferentiated God. Through her grace, the finite ego loses itself in the illimitable ego Atman Brahman. Rani Rasmani spent a fortune for the construction of the temple garden and another fortune for its dedication ceremony, which took place on May 31, 1855. Sri Ramakrishna, henceforth we shall call Gadadhar by this familiar name, came to the temple garden with his elder brother Ramkumar, who was appointed priest of the Kawanai temple. Sri Ramakrishna did not at first approve of Ramkumar's working for the Sudra Rasmani. The example of their orthodox father was still fresh in Sri Ramakrishna's mind. He objected also to the eating of the cooked offerings of the temple, since, according to orthodox Hindu custom, such food can be offered to the deity only in the house of a Brahmin. But the holy atmosphere of the temple grounds, the solitude of the surrounding wood, the loving care of his brother, the respect shown him by Rani Rasmani and Mathur Babu, the living presence of the goddess Kali in the temple, and, above all, the proximity of the sacred Ganges, which Sri Ramakrishna always held in the highest respect, gradually overcame his disapproval, and he began to feel at home. Within a very short time Sri Ramakrishna attracted the notice of Mathur Babu, who was impressed by the young man's religious fervor and wanted him to participate in the worship in the Kali temple. But Sri Ramakrishna loved his freedom and was indifferent to any worldly career. The profession of the priesthood in a temple founded by a rich woman did not appeal to his mind. Further, he hesitated to take upon himself the responsibility for the ornaments and jewelry of the temple. Mothur had to wait for a suitable occasion. At this time there came to Dakshineswar a youth of 16, destined to play an important role in Sri Ramakrishna's life. Ride, a distant nephew of Sri Ramakrishna, hailed from Sahor, a village not far from Kamarpukur, and had been his boyhood friend. Clever, exceptionally energetic, and endowed with great presence of mind, he moved, as will be seen later, like a shadow about his uncle and was always ready to help him. Even at the sacrifice of his personal comfort, he was destined to be a mute witness of many of the spiritual experiences of Sri Ramakrishna and the caretaker of his body during the stormy days of his spiritual practice. Ride came to Dakshineswar in search of a job, and Sri Ramakrishna was glad to see him. Unable to resist the persuasion of Mathur Babu, Sri Ramakrishna at last entered the temple service, on condition that Ride should be asked to assist him. His first duty was to dress and decorate the image of Kali. One day the priest of the Radhakanta temple accidentally dropped the image of Krishna on the floor, breaking one of its legs. The Pandits advised the Rani to install a new image, since the worship of an image with a broken limb was against the scriptural injunctions. But the Rani was fond of the image, and she asked Sri Ramakrishna's opinion. In an abstracted mood, he said, "This solution is ridiculous. If a son-in-law of the Rani broke his leg, would she discard him and put another in his place? Wouldn't she rather arrange for his treatment? Why should she not do the same thing in this case too? Let the image be repaired and worshipped as before." It was a simple, straightforward solution and was accepted by the Rani. Sri Ramakrishna himself mended the break. The priest was dismissed for his carelessness, and at Mathur Babu's earnest request, Sri Ramakrishna accepted the office of priest in the Radhakanta temple. Sri Ramakrishna as a priest born in an orthodox Brahmin family, Sri Ramakrishna knew the formalities of worship, its rites and rituals. The innumerable gods and goddesses of the Hindu religion are the human aspects of the indescribable and incomprehensible spirit, as conceived by the finite human mind. They understand and appreciate human love and emotion, help men to realize their secular and spiritual ideals, and ultimately enable men to attain liberation from the miseries of phenomenal life. The source of light, intelligence, wisdom, and strength is the one alone from whom comes the fulfillment of desire. Yet, as long as a man is bound by his human limitations, he cannot but worship God through human forms. He must use human symbols. Therefore Hinduism asks the devotees to look on God as the ideal father, the ideal mother, the ideal husband, the ideal son, or the ideal friend. But the name ultimately leads to the nameless, the form to the formless, the word to the silence, the emotion to the serene realization of peace in existence, knowledge, bliss absolute. The gods gradually merge in the one God, but until that realization is achieved, the devotee cannot dissociate human factors from his worship. Therefore the deity is bathed and clothed and decked with ornaments. He is fed and put to sleep. He is propitiated with hymns, songs, and prayers, and there are appropriate rites connected with all these functions. For instance, to secure for himself external purity, the priest bathes himself in holy water and puts on a holy cloth. He purifies the mind and the sense organs by appropriate meditations. He fortifies the place of worship against evil forces by drawing around it circles of fire and water. He awakens the different spiritual centers of the body and invokes the Supreme Spirit in his heart. Then he transfers the Supreme Spirit to the image before him and worships the image, regarding it no longer as clay or stone, but as the embodiment of spirit, throbbing with life and consciousness. After the worship, the Supreme Spirit is recalled from the image to its true sanctuary. The heart of the priest, the real devotee, knows the absurdity of worshipping the transcendental reality with material articles, clothing that which pervades the whole universe and the beyond, putting on a pedestal that which cannot be limited by space, feeding that which is disembodied and incorporeal, singing before that whose glory the music of the spheres tries vainly to proclaim. But through these rites the devotee aspires to go ultimately beyond rites and rituals, forms and names, words and praise, and to realize God as the all-pervading consciousness. Hindu priests are thoroughly acquainted with the rites of worship, but few of them are aware of their underlying significance. They move their hands and limbs mechanically, in obedience to the letter of the scriptures, and repeat the holy mantras like parrots. But from the very beginning the inner meaning of these rites was revealed to Sri Ramakrishna. As he sat facing the image, a strange transformation came over his mind. While going through the prescribed ceremonies, he would actually find himself encircled by a wall of fire protecting him in the place of worship from unspiritual vibrations. Or he would feel the rising of the mystic kundalini through the different centers of the body. The glow on his face, his deep absorption, and the intense atmosphere of the temple impressed everyone who saw him worship the deity. Ramkumar wanted Sri Ramakrishna to learn the intricate rituals of the worship of Kali. To become a priest of Kali, one must undergo a special form of initiation from a qualified guru. And for Sri Ramakrishna a suitable Brahmin was found. But no sooner did the Brahmin speak the holy word in his ear than Sri Ramakrishna, overwhelmed with emotion, uttered a loud cry and plunged into deep concentration. Mathur begged Sri Ramakrishna to take charge of the worship in the Kali temple. The young priest pleaded his incompetence and his ignorance of the scriptures. Mathur insisted that devotion and sincerity would more than compensate for any lack of formal knowledge and make the Divine Mother manifest herself through the image. In the end, Sri Ramakrishna had to yield to Mathur's request. He became the priest of Kali. In 1856 Ramkumar breathed his last. Sri Ramakrishna had already witnessed more than one death in the family. He had come to realize how impermanent is life on earth. The more he was convinced of the transitory nature of worldly things, the more eager he became to realize God, the fountain of immortality, the first vision of Kali, and, indeed, he soon discovered what a strange goddess he had chosen to serve. He became gradually enmeshed in the web of her all-pervading presence. To the ignorant she is, to be sure, the image of destruction, but he found in her the benign, all-loving mother. Her neck is encircled with a garland of heads, and her waist with a girdle of human arms, and two of her hands hold weapons of death, and her eyes dart a glance of fire. But, strangely enough, Ramakrishna felt in her breath the soothing touch of tender love and saw in her the seed of immortality. She stands on the bosom of her consort, Shiva. It is because she is the Sakti, the power, inseparable from the Absolute. She is surrounded by jackals and other unholy creatures, the denizens of the cremation ground. But is not the ultimate reality above holiness and unholiness? She appears to be reeling under the spell of wine. But who would create this mad world unless under the influence of a divine drunkenness? She is the highest symbol of all the forces of nature, the synthesis of their antinomies, the ultimate divine in the form of woman. She now became to Sri Ramakrishna the only reality, and the world became an unsubstantial shadow. Into her worship he poured his soul. Before him she stood as the transparent portal to the shrine of ineffable reality. The worship in the temple intensified Sri Ramakrishna's yearning for a living vision of the Mother of the universe. He began to spend in meditation the time not actually employed in the temple service. And for this purpose he selected an extremely solitary place. A deep jungle, thick with underbrush and prickly plants, lay to the north of the temples. used at one time as a burial ground. It was shunned by people even during the daytime for fear of ghosts. There Sri Ramakrishna began to spend the whole night in meditation, returning to his room only in the morning with eyes swollen as though from much weeping. While meditating, he would lay aside his cloth and his Brahmanical thread. Explaining this strange conduct, he once said to Ride, "Don't you know that when one thinks of God one should be freed from all ties? From our very birth we have the 8 fetters of hatred, shame, lineage, pride of good conduct, fear, secretiveness, caste, and grief. The sacred thread reminds me that I am a Brahmin and therefore superior to all. When calling on the Mother one has to set aside all such ideas." Ride thought his uncle was becoming insane. As his love for God deepened, he began either to forget or to drop the formalities of worship. Sitting before the image, he would spend hours singing the devotional songs of great devotees of the Mother, such as Kamalakanta and Ramprasad. Those rhapsodical songs, describing the direct vision of God, only intensified Sri Ramakrishna's longing. He felt the pangs of a child separated from its mother. Sometimes, in agony, he would rub his face against the ground and weep so bitterly that people, thinking he had lost his earthly mother, would sympathize with him in his grief. Sometimes, in moments of skepticism, he would cry, "Art thou true, Mother? Or is it all fiction, mere poetry without any reality? If thou dost exist, why do I not see thee? Is religion a mere fantasy and art thou only a figment of man's imagination?" Sometimes he would sit on the prayer carpet for 2 hours like an inert object. He began to behave in an abnormal manner, most of the time unconscious of the world. He almost gave up food, and sleep left him altogether. But he did not have to wait very long. He has thus described his first vision of the Mother. "I felt as if my heart were being squeezed like a wet towel. I was overpowered with a great restlessness and a fear that it might not be my lot to realize her. In this life, I could not bear the separation from her any longer. Life seemed to be not worth living. Suddenly my glance fell on the sword that was kept in the Mother's temple. I determined to put an end to my life. When I jumped up like a madman and seized it, suddenly the Blessed Mother revealed herself. The buildings with their different parts, the temple, and everything else vanished from my sight, leaving no trace whatsoever. And in their stead I saw a limitless, infinite, effulgent ocean of consciousness. As far as the eye could see, the shining billows were madly rushing at me from all sides with a terrific noise. To swallow me up, I was panting for breath. I was caught in the rush and collapsed, unconscious. What was happening in the outside world I did not know, but within me there was a steady flow of undiluted bliss, altogether new, and I felt the presence of the Divine Mother. On his lips when he regained consciousness of the world was the word, Mother. God-intoxicated state, yet this was only a foretaste of the intense experiences to come. The first glimpse of the Divine Mother made him the more eager for her uninterrupted vision. He wanted to see her both in meditation and with eyes open. But the Mother began to play a teasing game of hide and seek with him, intensifying both his joy and his suffering. Weeping bitterly during the moments of separation from her, he would pass into a trance and then find her standing before him, smiling, talking, consoling, bidding him be of good cheer, and instructing him. During this period of spiritual practice he had many uncommon experiences. When he sat to meditate, he would hear strange clicking sounds in the joints of his legs, as if someone were locking them up, one after the other, to keep him motionless. And at the conclusion of his meditation he would again hear the same sounds, this time unlocking them and leaving him free to move about. He would see flashes like a swarm of fireflies floating before his eyes, or a sea of deep mist around him, with luminous waves of molten silver. Again, From a sea of translucent mist he would behold the mother rising. First her feet, then her waist, body, face, and head, finally her whole person. He would feel her breath and hear her voice. Worshipping in the temple, sometimes he would become exalted. Sometimes he would remain motionless as stone. Sometimes he would almost collapse from excessive emotion. Many of his actions, contrary to all tradition, seemed sacrilegious to the people. He would take a flower and touch it to his own head, body, and feet, and then offer it to the goddess. Or, like a drunkard, he would reel to the throne of the mother, touch her chin by way of showing his affection for her, and sing, talk, joke, laugh, and dance. Or he would take a morsel of food from the plate and hold it to her mouth, begging her to eat it, and would not be satisfied till he was convinced that she had really eaten. After the mother had been put to sleep at night, from his own room he would hear her ascending to the upper story of the temple with the light steps of a happy girl, her anklets jingling. Then he would discover her standing with flowing hair, her black form silhouetted against the sky of the night, looking at the Ganges or at the distant lights of Calcutta. Naturally, the temple officials took him for an insane person. His worldly well-wishers brought him to skilled physicians, but no medicine could cure his malady. Many a time he doubted his sanity himself, for he had been sailing across an uncharted sea, with no earthly guide to direct him. His only haven of security was the Divine Mother herself. To her he would pray. I do not know what these things are. I am ignorant of mantras and the scriptures. Teach me, Mother, how to realize thee. Who else can help me? Art thou not my only refuge and guide? And the sustaining presence of the mother never failed him in his distress or doubt. Even those who criticized his conduct were greatly impressed with his purity, guilelessness, truthfulness, integrity, and holiness. They felt an uplifting influence in his presence. It is said that samadhi, or trance, no more than opens the portal of the spiritual realm. Sri Ramakrishna felt an unquenchable desire to enjoy God in various ways. For his meditation he built a place in the northern wooded section of the temple garden. With Raide's help he planted there 5 sacred trees. The spot, known as the Panchavati, became the scene of many of his visions. As his spiritual mood deepened he more and more felt himself to be a child of the Divine Mother. He learnt to surrender himself completely to her will and let her direct him. O Mother, he would constantly pray, I have taken refuge in thee. Teach me what to do and what to say. Thy will is paramount everywhere and is for the good of thy children. Merge my will in thy will and make me thy instrument. His visions became deeper and more intimate. He no longer had to meditate to behold the Divine Mother. Even while retaining consciousness of the outer world, he would see her as tangibly as the temples, the trees, the river, and the men around him. On a certain occasion Mathur Babu stealthily entered the temple to watch the worship. He was profoundly moved by the young priest's devotion and sincerity. He realized that Sri Ramakrishna had transformed the stone image into the living goddess. Sri Ramakrishna one day fed a cat with the food that was to be offered to Kali. This was too much for the manager of the temple garden, who considered himself responsible for the proper conduct of the worship. He reported Sri Ramakrishna's insane behavior to Mathur Babu. Sri Ramakrishna has described the incident. The Divine Mother revealed to me in the Kali temple that it was she who had become everything. She showed me that everything was full of consciousness. The image was consciousness. The altar was consciousness. The water vessels were consciousness. The door sill was consciousness. The marble floor was consciousness. All was consciousness. I found everything inside the room soaked, as it were, in bliss, the bliss of God. I saw a wicked man in front of the Kali temple, but in him also I saw the power of the Divine Mother vibrating. That was why I fed a cat with the food that was to be offered to the Divine Mother. I clearly perceived that all this was the Divine Mother, even the cat. The manager of the temple garden wrote to Mathur Babu saying that I was feeding the cat with the offering intended for the Divine Mother. But Mathur Babu had insight into the state of my mind. He wrote back to the manager, "Let him do whatever he likes. You must not say anything to him." One of the painful ailments from which Sri Ramakrishna suffered at this time was a burning sensation in his body, and he was cured by a strange vision. During worship in the temple, following the scriptural injunctions, he would imagine the presence of the sinner in himself and the destruction of this sinner. One day he was meditating in the Panchavati, when he saw come out of him a red-eyed man of black complexion, reeling like a drunkard. Soon there emerged from him another person, of serene countenance, wearing the ochre cloth of a sannyasi and carrying in his hand a trident. The second person attacked the first and killed him with the trident. Thereafter Sri Ramakrishna was free of his pain. Bhava Mukha. About this time he began to worship God by assuming the attitude of a servant toward his master. He imitated the mood of Hanuman, the monkey chieftain of the Ramayana, the ideal servant of Rama and traditional model for this self-effacing form of devotion. When he meditated on Hanuman, his movements and his way of life began to resemble those of a monkey. His eyes became restless. He lived on fruits and roots, with his cloth tied around his waist, a portion of it hanging in the form of a tail. He jumped from place to place instead of walking, and after a short while he was blessed with a vision of Sita, the divine consort of Rama, who entered his body and disappeared there with the words, "I bequeath to you my smile." Mathur had faith in the sincerity of Sri Ramakrishna's spiritual zeal, but began now to doubt his sanity. He had watched him jumping about like a monkey. One day, when Rani Rasmani was listening to Sri Ramakrishna's singing in the temple, the young priest abruptly turned and slapped her, apparently listening to his song. She had actually been thinking of a lawsuit. She accepted the punishment as though the Divine Mother herself had imposed it. But Mathur was distressed. He begged Sri Ramakrishna to keep his feelings under control and to heed the conventions of society. God himself, he argued, follows laws God never permitted. For instance, flowers of two colors to grow on the same stalk. The following day Sri Ramakrishna presented Mathur Babu with two hibiscus flowers growing on the same stalk, one red and one white. Mathur and Rani Rasmani began to ascribe the mental ailment of Sri Ramakrishna in part, at least, to his observance of rigid continence, thinking that a natural life would relax the tension of his nerves. They engineered a plan with two women of ill fame. But as soon as the women entered his room, Sri Ramakrishna beheld in them the manifestation of the Divine Mother of the universe and went into samadhi uttering her name. Haladari. In 1858 there came to Dakshineswar a cousin of Sri Ramakrishna, Haladari by name, who was to remain there about 8 years. On account of Sri Ramakrishna's indifferent health, Mathur appointed this man to the office of priest in the Kali temple. He was a complex character, versed in the letter of the scriptures, but hardly aware of their spirit. He loved to participate in hair-splitting theological discussions and, by the measure of his own erudition, he proceeded to gauge Sri Ramakrishna, an orthodox Brahmin. He thoroughly disapproved of his cousin's unorthodox actions. But he was not unimpressed by Sri Ramakrishna's purity of life, ecstatic love of God, and yearning for realization. One day Haladari upset Sri Ramakrishna with the statement that God is incomprehensible to the human mind. Sri Ramakrishna has described the great moment of doubt when he wondered whether his visions had really misled him. With sobs I prayed to the Mother, "Canst thou have the heart to deceive me like this because I am a fool?" A stream of tears flowed from my eyes. Shortly afterwards I saw a volume of mist rising from the floor and filling the space before me. In the midst of it there appeared a face with flowing beard. Calm, highly expressive, and fair. Fixing its gaze steadily upon me, it said solemnly, "Remain on the threshold of relative consciousness." This it repeated 3 times and then it gently disappeared in the mist, which itself dissolved. This vision reassured me. A garbled report of Sri Ramakrishna's failing health, indifference to worldly life, and various abnormal activities reached Kamarpukur and filled the heart of his poor mother with anguish. At her repeated request he returned to his village for a change of air. But his boyhood friends did not interest him anymore. A divine fever was consuming him. He spent a great part of the day and night in one of the cremation grounds. In meditation, the place reminded him of the impermanence of the human body, of human hopes and achievements. It also reminded him of Kali, the goddess of destruction, marriage and after, but in a few months his health showed improvement, and he recovered to some extent his natural buoyancy of spirit. His happy mother was encouraged to think it might be a good time to arrange his marriage. The boy was now 23 years old. A wife would bring him back to earth, and she was delighted when her son welcomed her suggestion. Perhaps he saw in it the finger of God. Saradamani, a little girl of 5, lived in the neighboring village called Jairambati. Even at this age she had been praying to God to make her character as stainless and fragrant as the white tuberose. Looking at the full moon, she would say, "O God, there are dark spots even on the moon, but make my character spotless." It was she who was selected as the bride for Sri Ramakrishna. The marriage ceremony was duly performed. Such early marriage in India is in the nature of a betrothal, the marriage being consummated when the girl attains puberty. But in this case the marriage remained forever unconsummated. Sri Ramakrishna lived at Kamarpukur about a year and a half and then returned to Dakshineswar. Hardly had he crossed the threshold of the Kali temple when he found himself again in the whirlwind. His madness reappeared tenfold. The same meditation and prayer, the same ecstatic moods, the same burning sensation, the same weeping, the same sleeplessness, the same indifference to the body and the outside world, the same divine delirium. He subjected himself to fresh disciplines in order to eradicate greed and lust, the 2 great impediments to spiritual progress. With a rupee in one hand and some earth in the other, he would reflect on the comparative value of these 2 for the realization of God. And finding them equally worthless he would toss them, with equal indifference, into the Ganges. Women he regarded as the manifestations of the Divine Mother. Never even in a dream did he feel the impulses of lust and to root out of his mind the idea of caste superiority. He cleaned a pariah's house with his long and neglected hair. When he would sit in meditation, birds would perch on his head and peck in his hair for grains of food. Snakes would crawl over his body, and neither would he aware of the other. Sleep left him altogether. Day and night, visions flitted before him. He saw the sannyasi who had previously killed the sinner in him again coming out of his body, threatening him with the trident, and ordering him to concentrate on God. Or the same sannyasi would visit distant places, following a luminous path, and bring him reports of what was happening there. Sri Ramakrishna used to say later that in the case of an advanced devotee the mind itself becomes the guru, living and moving like an embodied being. Rani Rasmani, the foundress of the temple garden, passed away in 1861. After her death her son-in-law Mathur became the sole executor of the estate. He placed himself and his resources at the disposal of Sri Ramakrishna and began to look after his physical comfort. Sri Ramakrishna later spoke of him as one of his 5 suppliers of stores appointed by the Divine Mother. Whenever a desire arose in his mind, Mathur fulfilled it without hesitation. The Brahmani. There came to Dakshineswar at this time a Brahmin woman who was to play an important part in Sri Ramakrishna's spiritual unfoldment. Born in East Bengal, she was an adept in the Tantric and Vaishnava methods of worship. She was slightly over 50 years of age, handsome, and garbed in the orange robe of a nun. Her sole possessions were a few books and 2 pieces of wearing cloth. Sri Ramakrishna welcomed the visitor with great respect, described to her his experiences and visions, and told her of people's belief that these were symptoms of madness. She listened to him attentively and said, "My son, everyone in this world is mad. Some are mad for money, some for creature comforts, some for name and fame, and you are mad for God." She assured him that he was passing through the almost unknown spiritual experience described in the scriptures as Maha Bhava, the most exalted rapture of divine love. She told him that this extreme exaltation had been described as manifesting itself through 19 physical symptoms, including the shedding of tears, a tremor of the body, horripilation, perspiration, and a burning sensation. The Bhakti scriptures, she declared, had recorded only 2 instances of the experience, namely, those of Sri Radha and Sri Chaitanya. Very soon a tender relationship sprang up between Sri Ramakrishna and the Brahmani, she looking upon him as the baby Krishna, and he upon her as mother. Day after day, she watched his ecstasy during the kirtan and Mahabhava meditation, his samadhi, his mad yearning, and she recognized in him a power to transmit spirituality to others. She came to the conclusion that such things were not possible for an ordinary devotee. Not even for a highly developed soul. Only an incarnation of God was capable of such spiritual manifestations. She proclaimed openly that Sri Ramakrishna, like Sri Chaitanya, was an incarnation of God. When Sri Ramakrishna told Mathur what the Brahmani had said about him, Mathur shook his head in doubt. He was reluctant to accept him as an incarnation of God, an avatar comparable to Rama, Krishna, Buddha, and Chaitanya, though he admitted Sri Ramakrishna's extraordinary spirituality. Whereupon the Brahmani asked Mathur to arrange a conference of scholars who should discuss the matter with her. He agreed to the proposal and the meeting was arranged. It was to be held in the Nat Mandir in front of the Kali temple. 2 famous pundits of the time were invited. Tantra. According to the Tantra, the ultimate reality is Chit, our consciousness, which is identical with Sat, or being, and with Ananda, our bliss. This ultimate reality, Satchidananda, existence, knowledge, bliss absolute, is identical with the reality preached in the Vedas. And man is identical with this reality. But under the influence of Maya, or illusion, he has forgotten his true nature. He takes to be real a merely apparent world of subject and object. And this error is the cause of his bondage and suffering. The goal of spiritual discipline is the rediscovery of his true identity with the divine reality. For the achievement of this goal, the Vedanta prescribes an austere negative method of discrimination and renunciation, which can be followed by only a few individuals endowed with sharp intelligence and unshakable will power. But Tantra takes into consideration the natural weakness of human beings, their lower appetites, and their love for the concrete. It combines philosophy with rituals, meditation with ceremonies, renunciation with enjoyment. The underlying purpose is gradually to train the aspirant to meditate on his identity with the ultimate. The average man wishes to enjoy the material objects of the world. Tantra bids him enjoy these, but at the same time, discover in them the presence of God. Mystical rites are prescribed by which, slowly, the sense objects become spiritualized and sense attraction is transformed into a love of God. So the very bonds of man are turned into releasers. The very poison that kills is transmuted into the elixir of life. Outward renunciation is not necessary. Thus, the aim of Tantra is to sublimate bhoga, or enjoyment, into yoga, or union with consciousness. 4. According to this philosophy, the world with all its manifestations is nothing but the sport of Shiva and Sakti, the Absolute and its inscrutable power. The disciplines of Tantra are graded to suit aspirants of all degrees. Exercises are prescribed for people with animal, heroic, and divine outlooks. Certain of the rites require the presence of members of the opposite sex. Here the aspirant learns to look on woman as the embodiment of the goddess Kali, the mother of the universe. The very basis of Tantra is the motherhood of God and the glorification of woman. Every part of a woman's body is to be regarded as incarnate divinity. But the rites are extremely dangerous. The help of a qualified guru is absolutely necessary. An unwary devotee may lose his foothold and fall into a pit of depravity. According to the Tantra, Sakti is the active creative force in the universe. Shiva, the Absolute, is a more or less passive principle. Further, Sakti is as inseparable from Shiva as fire's power to burn is from fire itself. Sakti, the creative power, contains in its womb the universe, and therefore is the Divine Mother. All women are her symbols. Kali is one of her several forms. The meditation on Kali, the creative power, is the central discipline of the Tantra. While meditating, the aspirant at first regards himself as one with the Absolute and then thinks that out of that impersonal consciousness emerge two entities, namely, his own self and the living form of the goddess. He then projects the goddess into the tangible image before him and worships it as the Divine Mother. Sri Ramakrishna set himself to the task of practicing the disciplines of Tantra, and at the bidding of the Divine Mother herself he accepted the Brahmani as his guru. He performed profound and delicate ceremonies in the Panchavati and under the Beltree at the northern extremity of the temple compound. He practiced all the disciplines of the 64 principal Tantra books, and it took him never more than 3 days to achieve the result promised in any one of them. After the observance of a few preliminary rites, he would be overwhelmed with a strange divine fervor and would go into samadhi, where his mind would dwell in exaltation. Evil ceased to exist for him. The word carnal lost its meaning. The whole world and everything in it appeared as the Lila, the sport, of Shiva and Sakti. He beheld everywhere manifest the power and beauty of the Mother. The whole world, animate and inanimate, appeared to him as pervaded with Chit, consciousness, and with Ananda, bliss. He saw in a vision the ultimate cause of the universe as a huge luminous triangle giving birth every moment to an infinite number of worlds. He heard the Anahata Sabda, the great sound, Om, of which the innumerable sounds of the universe are only so many echoes. He acquired the 8 supernatural powers of yoga, which make a man almost omnipotent, and these he spurned as of no value whatsoever to the spirit. He had a vision of the divine Maya, the inscrutable power of God, by which the universe is created and sustained, and into which it is finally absorbed. In this vision he saw a woman of exquisite beauty, about to become a mother, emerging from the Ganges and slowly approaching the Panchavati. Presently she gave birth to a child and began to nurse it tenderly. A moment later she assumed a terrible aspect, seized the child with her grim jaws and crushed it. Swallowing it, she re-entered the waters of the Ganges. But the most remarkable experience during this period was the awakening of the Kundalini Sakti, the serpent power. He actually saw the power, at first lying asleep at the bottom of the spinal column, then waking up and ascending along the mystic Sushumna canal and through its 6 centers, or lotuses, to the Sahasrara, the 1,000-petaled lotus in the top of the head. He further saw that as the Kundalini went upward the different lotuses bloomed. and this phenomenon was accompanied by visions and trances. Later on he described to his disciples and devotees the various movements of the Kundalini. The fish-like, bird-like, monkey-like, and so on. The awakening of the Kundalini is the beginning of spiritual consciousness, and its union with Shiva in the Sahasrara, ending in Samadhi, is the consummation of the Tantric disciplines. About this time it was revealed to him that in a short while many devotees would seek his guidance. Vaishnava disciplines. After completing the Tantric sadhana, Sri Ramakrishna followed the Brahmani. In the disciplines of Vaishnavism, the Vaishnavas are worshippers of Vishnu, the all-pervading, the supreme God, who is also known as Hari and Narayana. Of Vishnu's various incarnations, the two with the largest number of followers are Rama and Krishna. Vaishnavism is exclusively a religion of bhakti. Bhakti is intense love of God, attachment to Him alone. It is of the nature of bliss and bestows upon the lover immortality and liberation. God, according to Vaishnavism, cannot be realized through logic or reason, and, without bhakti, all penances, austerities, and rites are futile. Man cannot realize God by self-exertion alone. For the vision of God, His grace is absolutely necessary, and this grace is felt by the pure of heart. The mind is to be purified through bhakti. The pure mind then remains forever immersed in the ecstasy of God vision. It is the cultivation of this divine love that is the chief concern of the Vaishnava religion. There are three kinds of formal devotion: tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic. If a person, while showing devotion to God, is actuated by malevolence, arrogance, jealousy, or anger, then his devotion is tamasic, since it is influenced by tamas, the quality of inertia. If he worships God from a desire for fame or wealth, or from any other worldly ambition, then his devotion is rajasic, since it is influenced by rajas, the quality of activity. But if a person loves God without any thought of material gain, if he performs his duties to please God alone and maintains toward all created beings the attitude of friendship, then his devotion is called sattvic, since it is influenced by sattva, the quality of harmony. But the highest devotion transcends the three gunas, or qualities, being a spontaneous, uninterrupted inclination of the mind toward God, the inner soul of all beings, and it wells up in the heart of a true devotee as soon as he hears the name of God or mention of God's attributes. A devotee possessed of this love would not accept the happiness of heaven if it were offered him. His one desire is to love God under all conditions, in pleasure and pain, life and death, honor and dishonor, prosperity and adversity. There are two stages of bhakti. The first is known as Vaidhi Bhakti, or love of God qualified by scriptural injunctions. For the devotees of this stage are prescribed regular and methodical worship, hymns, prayers, the repetition of God's name, and the chanting of His glories. This lower bhakti in course of time matures into para bhakti, or supreme devotion, known also as prema, the most intense form of divine love. Divine love is an end in itself. It exists potentially in all human hearts, but in the case of bound creatures it is misdirected to earthly objects. To develop the devotee's love for God, Vaishnavism humanizes God. God is to be regarded as the devotee's parent, master, friend, child, husband, or sweetheart, each succeeding relationship representing an intensification of love. These bhavas, or attitudes toward God, are known as Santa, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhur, the rishis of the Vedas, Hanuman, the cowherd boys of Vrindavan, Rama's mother Kausalya, and Radhika, Krishna's sweetheart, exhibited, respectively, the most perfect examples of these forms in the ascending scale. The glories of God are gradually forgotten, and the devotee realizes more and more the intimacy of divine communion. Finally, he regards himself as the mistress of his beloved, and no artificial barrier remains to separate him from his ideal. No social or moral obligation can bind to the earth his soaring spirit. He experiences perfect union with the Godhead. Unlike the Vedantist, who strives to transcend all varieties of the subject-object relationship, a devotee of the Vaishnava path wishes to retain both his own individuality and the personality of God. To him, God is not an intangible absolute, but the Purushottama, the Supreme Person. While practicing the discipline of the Madhur Bhava, the male devotee often regards himself as a woman, in order to develop the most intense form of love for Sri Krishna, the only Purusha, or man, in the universe. This assumption of the attitude of the opposite sex has a deep psychological significance. It is a matter of common experience that an idea may be cultivated to such an intense degree that every idea alien to it is driven from the mind. This peculiarity of the mind may be utilized for the subjugation of the lower desires and the development of the spiritual nature. Now, the idea which is the basis of all desires and passions in a man is the conviction of his indissoluble association with a male body. If he can inoculate himself thoroughly with the idea that he is a woman, he can get rid of the desires peculiar to his male body. Again, the idea that he is a woman may in turn be made to give way to another higher idea, namely, that he is neither man nor woman, but the impersonal spirit. The impersonal spirit alone can enjoy real communion with the impersonal God. Hence, the highest realization of the Vaishnava draws close to the transcendental experience of the Vedantist. A beautiful expression of the Vaishnava worship of God through love is to be found in the Vrindavan episode of the Bhagavata. The gopis, or milkmaids, of Vrindavan regarded the 6-year-old Krishna as their beloved. They sought no personal gain or happiness from this love. They surrendered to Krishna their bodies, minds, and souls. Of all the gopis, Radhika, or Radha, because of her intense love for him, was the closest to Krishna. She manifested Maha Bhava and was united with her beloved. This union represents, through sensuous language, a super-sensuous experience. Sri Chaitanya, also known as Gauranga, Gora, or Nimai, born in Bengal in 1485 and regarded as an incarnation of God, is a great prophet of the Vaishnava religion. Chaitanya declared the chanting of God's name to be the most efficacious spiritual discipline for the Kali Yuga. Sri Ramakrishna, as the monkey Hanuman, had already worshipped God as his master. Through his devotion to Kali, he had worshipped God as his mother. He was now to take up the other relationships prescribed by the Vaishnava scriptures. Ramlala. About the year 1864, there came to Dakshineswar a wandering Vaishnava monk, Jatadhari, whose ideal deity was Rama. He always carried with him a small metal image of the deity, which he called by the endearing name of Ramlala, the boy Rama. Toward this little image he displayed the tender affection of Kausalya for her divine son, Rama. As a result of lifelong spiritual practice, he had actually found in the metal image the presence of his ideal. Ramlala was no longer for him a metal image, but the living God. He devoted himself to nursing Rama, feeding Rama, playing with Rama, taking Rama for a walk, and bathing Rama, and he found that the image responded to his love. Sri Ramakrishna, much impressed with his devotion, requested Jatadhari to spend a few days at Dakshineswar. Soon Ramlala became the favorite companion of Sri Ramakrishna too. Later on he described to the devotees how the little image would dance gracefully before him, jump on his back, insist on being taken in his arms, run to the fields in the sun, pluck flowers from the bushes, and play pranks like a naughty boy. A very sweet relationship sprang up between him and Ramlala, for whom he felt the love of a mother. One day Jatadhari requested Sri Ramakrishna to keep the image and bade him adieu with tearful eyes. He declared that Ramlala had fulfilled his innermost prayer and that he now had no more need of formal worship. A few days later Sri Ramakrishna was blessed through Ramlala with a vision of Ramachandra, whereby he realized that the Rama of the Ramayana, the son of Dasaratha, pervades the whole universe as spirit and consciousness, that he is its creator, sustainer, and destroyer, that, in still another aspect, he is the transcendental Brahman, without form, attribute, or name. While worshipping Ramlala as the divine child, Sri Ramakrishna's heart became filled with motherly tenderness, and he began to regard himself as a woman. His speech and gestures changed. He began to move freely with the ladies of Mathur's family, who now looked upon him as one of their own sex. During this time he worshipped the Divine Mother as her companion or handmaid. In communion with the Divine Beloved, Sri Ramakrishna now devoted himself to scaling the most inaccessible and dizzy heights of dualistic worship, namely, the complete union with Sri Krishna as the beloved of the heart. He regarded himself as one of the gopis of Vrindavan, mad with longing for her divine sweetheart. At his request Mathur provided him with woman's dress and jewelry. In this love pursuit, food and drink were forgotten. Day and night he wept bitterly. The yearning turned into a mad frenzy. For the divine Krishna began to play with him the old tricks he had played with the gopis. He would tease and taunt, now and then revealing himself, but always keeping at a distance. Sri Ramakrishna's anguish brought on a return of the old physical symptoms. The burning sensation, an oozing of blood through the pores, a loosening of the joints, and the stopping of physiological functions. The Vaishnava scriptures advise one to propitiate Radha and obtain her grace in order to realize Sri Krishna. So the tortured devotee now turned his prayer to her. Within a short time he enjoyed her blessed vision. He saw and felt the figure of Radha disappearing into his own body. He said later on, "It is impossible to describe the heavenly beauty and sweetness of Radha." Her very appearance showed that she had completely forgotten herself in her passionate attachment to Krishna. Her complexion was a light yellow. Now one with Radha, he manifested the great ecstatic love, the Maha Bhava, which had found in her its fullest expression. Later Sri Ramakrishna said, the manifestation in the same individual of the 19 different kinds of emotion for God is called, in the books on bhakti, Maha Bhava. An ordinary man takes a whole lifetime to express even a single one of these. But in this body, meaning himself, there has been a complete manifestation of all 19. The love of Radha is the precursor of the resplendent vision of Sri Krishna. And Sri Ramakrishna soon experienced that vision. The enchanting form of Krishna appeared to him and merged in his person. He became Krishna. He totally forgot his own individuality in the world. He saw Krishna in himself and in the universe. Thus he attained to the fulfillment of the worship of the personal God. He drank from the fountain of immortal bliss. The agony of his heart vanished forever. He realized Amrita, immortality, beyond the shadow of death. One day, listening to a recitation of the Bhagavata on the veranda of the Radhakanta temple, he fell into a divine mood and saw the enchanting form of Krishna. He perceived the luminous rays issuing from Krishna's lotus feet in the form of a stout rope, which touched first the Bhagavata and then his own chest, connecting all three, God, the scripture, and the devotee. After this vision, he used to say, I came to realize that Bhagavan, Bhakta, and Bhagavata, God, devotee, and scripture, are, in reality, one and the same. Quote, Vedanta the Brahmani was the enthusiastic teacher and astonished beholder of Sri Ramakrishna in his spiritual progress. She became proud of the achievements of her unique pupil. But the pupil himself was not permitted to rest. His destiny beckoned him forward. His divine mother would allow him no respite till he had left behind the entire realm of duality, with its visions, experiences, and ecstatic dreams. But for the new ascent, the old tender guides would not suffice. The Brahmani, on whom he had depended for 3 years, saw her son escape from her to follow the command of a teacher with masculine strength, a sterner mien, a gnarled physique, and a virile voice. The new guru was a wandering monk, the sturdy Totapuri, whom Sri Ramakrishna learned to address affectionately as Nangta, the naked one. Because of his total renunciation of all earthly objects and attachments, including even a piece of wearing cloth, Totapuri was the bearer of a philosophy new to Sri Ramakrishna, the non-dualistic Vedanta philosophy, whose conclusions Totapuri had experienced in his own life. This ancient Hindu system designates the ultimate reality as Brahman, also described as Satchidananda, existence, knowledge, bliss, absolute. Brahman is the only real existence. In it there is no time, no space, no causality, no multiplicity, but through Maya, its inscrutable power, time, space, and causality are created, and the one appears to break into the many. The eternal spirit appears as a manifold of individuals endowed with form and subject to the conditions of time. The immortal becomes a victim of birth and death. The changeless undergoes change. The sinless pure soul, hypnotized by its own Maya, experiences the joys of heaven and the pains of hell. But these experiences based on the duality of the subject-object relationship are unreal. Even the vision of a personal God is, ultimately speaking, as illusory as the experience of any other object. Man attains his liberation, therefore, by piercing the veil of Maya and rediscovering his total identity with Brahman. Knowing himself to be one with the universal spirit, he realizes ineffable peace. Only then does he go beyond the fiction of birth and death. Only then does he become immortal. And this is the ultimate goal of all religions, to dehypnotize the soul now hypnotized by its own ignorance. The path of the Vedantic discipline is the path of negation, neti, in which, by stern determination, all that is unreal is both negated and renounced. It is the path of jnana, knowledge, the direct method of realizing the absolute, after the negation of everything relative, including the discriminating ego itself. The aspirant merges in the one without a second. In the bliss of nirvikalpa samadhi, where subject and object are alike dissolved, the soul goes beyond the realm of thought. The domain of duality is transcended. Maya is left behind with all its changes and modifications. The real man towers above the delusions of creation, preservation, and destruction. An avalanche of indescribable bliss sweeps away all relative ideas of pain and pleasure, good and evil. There shines in the heart the glory of the eternal Brahman. Existence, knowledge, bliss, absolute, knower, knowledge, and known are dissolved in the ocean of one eternal consciousness. Love, lover, and beloved merge in the unbounded sea of supreme felicity. Birth, growth, and death vanish in infinite existence. All doubts and misgivings are quelled forever. The oscillations of the mind are stopped. The momentum of past actions is exhausted. Breaking down the ridge pole of the tabernacle in which the soul has made its abode for untold ages. Stilling the body, calming the mind, drowning the ego. The sweet joy of Brahman wells up in that superconscious state. Space disappears into nothingness. Time is swallowed in eternity. And causation becomes a dream of the past. Only existence is. Who can describe what the soul then feels in its communion with the self? Even when man descends from this dizzy height, he is devoid of ideas of I and mine. He looks on the body as a mere shadow, an outer sheath encasing the soul. He does not dwell on the past, takes no thought for the future, and looks with indifference on the present. He surveys everything in the world with an eye of equality. He is no longer touched by the infinite variety of phenomena. He no longer reacts to pleasure and pain. He remains unmoved whether he, that is to say, his body, is worshipped by the good or tormented by the wicked. For he realizes that it is the one Brahman that manifests itself through everything. The impact of such an experience devastates the body and mind. Consciousness becomes blasted, as it were, with an excess of light. In the Vedanta books it is said that after the experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi the body drops off like a dry leaf. Only those who are born with a special mission for the world can return from this height to the valleys of normal life. They live and move in the world for the welfare of mankind. They are invested with a supreme spiritual power. A divine glory shines through them. Totapuri arrived at the Dakshineswar temple garden toward the end of 1864. Perhaps born in the Punjab, he was the head of a monastery in that province of India and claimed leadership of 700 sannyasis. Trained from early youth in the disciplines of the Advaita Vedanta, he looked upon the world as an illusion. The gods and goddesses of the dualistic worship were to him mere fantasies of the deluded mind. Prayers, ceremonies, rites, and rituals had nothing to do with true religion, and about these he was utterly indifferent. Exercising self-exertion and unshakable willpower, he had liberated himself from attachment to the sense objects of the relative universe. For 40 years he had practiced austere discipline on the bank of the sacred Narmada and had finally realized his identity with the Absolute. Thenceforward he roamed in the world as an unfettered soul, a lion free from the cage. Clad in a loin-cloth, he spent his days under the canopy of the sky alike in storm and sunshine. Feeding his body on the slender pittance of alms he had been visiting the estuary of the Ganges. On his return journey along the bank of the sacred river, led by the inscrutable divine will, he stopped at Dakshineswar, Totapuri, discovering at once that Sri Ramakrishna was prepared to be a student of Vedanta, asked to initiate him into its mysteries. With the permission of the Divine Mother, Sri Ramakrishna agreed to the proposal, but Totapuri explained that only a sannyasi could receive the teaching of Vedanta. Sri Ramakrishna agreed to renounce the world, but with the stipulation that the ceremony of his initiation into the monastic order be performed in secret, to spare the feelings of his old mother, who had been living with him at Dakshineswar. On the appointed day, in the small hours of the morning, a fire was lighted in the Panchavati. Totapuri and Sri Ramakrishna sat before it. The flame played on their faces. Ramakrishna was a small brown man with a short beard and beautiful eyes. Long dark eyes, full of light, obliquely set and slightly veiled. Never very wide open, but seeing half closed a great distance both outwardly and inwardly. His mouth was open over his white teeth in a bewitching smile, at once affectionate and mischievous. Of medium height, he was thin to emaciation and extremely delicate. His temperament was high-strung, for he was supersensitive to all the winds of joy and sorrow, both moral and physical. He was indeed a living reflection of all that happened before the mirror of his eyes. A two-sided mirror, turned both out and in, facing him. The other rose like a rock. He was very tall and robust, a sturdy and tough oak. His constitution and mind were of iron. He was the strong leader of men. In the burning flame before him Sri Ramakrishna performed the rituals of destroying his attachment to relatives, friends, body, mind, sense organs, ego, and the world. The leaping flame swallowed it all, making the initiate free and pure. The sacred thread and the tuft of hair were consigned to the fire, completing his severance from caste, sex, and society. Last of all he burned in that fire. with all that is holy as his witness, his desire for enjoyment here and hereafter. He uttered the sacred mantras giving assurance of safety and fearlessness to all beings, who were only manifestations of his own self. The rites completed, the disciple received from the Guru the loincloth and ochre robe, the emblems of his new life. The teacher and the disciple repaired to the meditation room nearby. Totapuri began to impart to Sri Ramakrishna the great truths of Vedanta. Brahman, he said, is the only reality, ever pure, ever illumined, ever free, beyond the limits of time, space, and causation, though apparently divided by names and forms through the inscrutable power of Maya, that enchantress who makes the impossible possible. Brahman is really one and undivided. When a seeker merges in the beatitude of samadhi, he does not perceive time and space or name and form. The offspring of Maya, whatever is within the domain of Maya is unreal. Give it up, destroy the prison house of name and form and rush out of it with the strength of a lion. Dive deep in search of the self and realize it through samadhi. You will find the world of name and form vanishing into void, and the puny ego dissolving in Brahman consciousness. You will realize your identity with Brahman. Existence, knowledge, bliss absolute. Quoting the Upanishad, Totapuri said that knowledge is shallow by which one sees or hears or knows another. What is shallow is worthless and can never give real felicity. But the knowledge by which one does not see another or hear another or know another, which is beyond duality, is great, and through such knowledge one attains the infinite bliss. How can the mind and senses grasp that which shines in the heart of all as the eternal subject? Totapuri asked the disciple to withdraw his mind from all objects of relative world, including the gods and goddesses, and to concentrate on the absolute. But the task was not easy even for Sri Ramakrishna. He found it impossible to take his mind beyond Kali, the divine mother of the universe. After the initiation, Sri Ramakrishna once said, describing the event, Nangta began to teach me the various conclusions of the Advaita Vedanta and asked me to withdraw the mind completely from all objects and dive deep into the Atman. But in spite of all my attempts I could not altogether cross the realm of name and form and bring my mind to the unconditioned state. I had no difficulty in taking the mind from all the objects of the world, but the radiant and too familiar figure of the blissful mother, the embodiment of the essence of pure consciousness, appeared before me as a living reality. Her bewitching smile prevented me from passing into the great beyond. Again and again I tried, but she stood in my way every time. In despair I said to Nangta, "It is hopeless. I cannot raise my mind to the unconditioned state and come face to face with Atman." He grew excited and sharply said, "What? You can't do it? But you have to." He cast his eyes around. Finding a piece of glass, he took it up and stuck it between my eyebrows. "Concentrate the mind on this point," he thundered. Then with stern determination I again sat to meditate. As soon as the gracious form of the Divine Mother appeared before me, I used my discrimination as a sword and with it clove her in two. The last barrier fell. My spirit at once soared beyond the relative plane and I lost myself in samadhi. Sri Ramakrishna remained completely absorbed in samadhi for 3 days. "Is it really true?" Totapuri cried out in astonishment. "Is it possible that he has attained in a single day what it took me 40 years of strenuous practice to achieve? Great God! It is nothing short of a miracle." With the help of Totapuri, Sri Ramakrishna's mind finally came down to the relative plane. Totapuri, a monk of the most orthodox type, never stayed at a place more than 3 days. But he remained at Dakshineswar 11 months. He too had something to learn. Totapuri had no idea of the struggles of ordinary men in the toils of passion and desire. Having maintained all through life the guilelessness of a child, He laughed at the idea of a man's being led astray by the senses. He was convinced that the world was Maya and had only to be denounced to vanish forever. A born non-dualist, he had no faith in a personal God. He did not believe in the terrible aspect of Kali, much less in her benign aspect. Music and the chanting of God's holy name were to him only so much nonsense. He ridiculed the spending of emotion on the worship of a personal God. Kali and Maya. Sri Ramakrishna, on the other hand, though fully aware, like his guru, that the world is an illusory appearance, instead of slighting Maya, like an orthodox monist, acknowledged its power in the relative life. He was all love and reverence for Maya, perceiving in it a mysterious and majestic expression of divinity. To him Maya itself was God. For everything was God. It was one of the faces of Brahman. What he had realized on the heights of the transcendental plane, he also found here below, everywhere about him, under the mysterious garb of names and forms, and this garb was a perfectly transparent sheath, through which he recognized the glory of the divine immanence. Maya, the mighty weaver of the garb, is none other than Kali, the Divine Mother. She is the primordial divine energy, Sakti, and she can no more be distinguished from the supreme Brahman than can the power of burning be distinguished from fire. She projects the world and again withdraws it. She spins it as the spider spins its web. She is the mother of the universe, identical with the Brahman of Vedanta, and with the Atman of Yoga. As eternal lawgiver, she makes and unmakes laws. It is by her imperious will that karma yields its fruit. She ensnares men with illusion and again releases them from bondage with a look of her benign eyes. She is the supreme mistress of the cosmic play, and all objects, animate and inanimate, dance by her will. Even those who realize the absolute in Nirvikalpa Samadhi are under her jurisdiction as long as they still live on the relative plane. Thus, after Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Sri Ramakrishna realized Maya in an altogether new role. The binding aspect of Kali vanished from before his vision. She no longer obscured his understanding. The world became the glorious manifestation of the Divine Mother. Maya became Brahman. The transcendental itself broke through the immanent. Sri Ramakrishna discovered that Maya operates in the relative world in two ways, and he termed these avidya, Maya, and vidya, Maya. Avidya, Maya represents the dark forces of creation, sensuous desires, evil passions, greed, lust, cruelty, and so on. It sustains the world system on the lower planes. It is responsible for the round of man's birth and death. It must be fought and vanquished. But Vidya, Maya, is the higher force of creation. The spiritual virtues, the enlightening qualities, kindness, purity, love, devotion. Vidya, Bhava, Maya elevates man to the higher planes of consciousness. With the help of Vidya, Maya, the devotee rids himself of avidya, Maya. He then becomes Mayatita, free of Maya. The two aspects of Maya are the two forces of creation, the two powers of Kali, and she stands beyond them both. She is like the effulgent sun, bringing into existence and shining through and standing behind the clouds of different colors and shapes, conjuring up wonderful forms in the blue autumn heaven. The Divine Mother asks Sri Ramakrishna not to be lost in the featureless absolute but to remain in mukha, on the threshold of relative consciousness, the border line between the absolute and the relative. He was to keep himself at the sixth center of Tantra, from which he could see not only the glory of the seventh, but also the divine manifestations of the Kundalini in the lower centers. He gently oscillated back and forth across the dividing line. Ecstatic devotion to the Divine Mother alternated with serene absorption in the ocean of absolute unity. He thus bridged the gulf between the personal and the impersonal, the immanent and the transcendent aspects of reality. This is a unique experience in the recorded spiritual history of the world. Totapuri's lesson from Sri Ramakrishna. Totapuri had to learn the significance of Kali, the great fact of the relative world, and of Maya, her indescribable power. One day, when guru and disciple were engaged in an animated discussion about Vedanta, a servant of the temple garden came there and took a coal from the sacred fire that had been lighted by the great ascetic. He wanted it to light his tobacco. Totapuri flew into a rage and was about to beat the man. Sri Ramakrishna rocked with laughter. "What a shame!" he cried. "You are explaining to me the reality of Brahman and the illusoriness of the world. Yet now you have so far forgotten yourself as to be about to beat a man in a fit of passion. The power of Maya is indeed inscrutable." Totapuri was embarrassed. About this time Totapuri was suddenly laid up with a severe attack of dysentery. On account of this miserable illness he found it impossible to meditate. One night the pain became excruciating. He could no longer concentrate on Brahman. The body stood in the way. He became incensed with its demands. A free soul, he did not at all care for the body. So he determined to drown it in the Ganges. Thereupon he walked into the river. But, lo! He walks to the other bank. Is there not enough water in the Ganges? Standing dumbfounded on the other bank he looks back across the water. The trees, the temples, the houses, are silhouetted against the sky. Suddenly, in one dazzling moment, he sees on all sides the presence of the Divine Mother. She is in everything. She is everything. She is in the water. She is on land. She is the body. She is the mind. She is pain. She is comfort. She is knowledge. She is ignorance. She is life. She is death. She is everything that one sees, hears, or imagines. She turns yea into nay, and nay into yea. Without her grace no embodied being can go beyond her realm. Man has no free will. He is not even free to die. Yet, again, beyond the body and mind she resides in her transcendental absolute aspect. She is the Brahman that Totapuri had been worshipping all his life. Totapuri returned to Dakshineswar and spent the remaining hours of the night meditating on the Divine Mother. In the morning he went to the Kali temple with Sri Ramakrishna and prostrated himself before the image of the Mother. He now realized why he had spent 11 months at Dakshineswar. Bidding farewell to the disciple, he continued on his way. Enlightened, Sri Ramakrishna later described the significance of Totapuri's lessons. When I think of the Supreme Being as inactive, neither creating nor preserving nor destroying, I call him Brahman or Purusha, the impersonal God. When I think of him as active, creating, preserving, and destroying, I call him Sakti or Maya or Prakriti, the personal God. But the distinction between them does not mean a difference. The personal and the impersonal are the same thing. Like milk and its whiteness, the diamond and its luster, the snake and its wriggling motion. It is impossible to conceive of the one without the other. The Divine Mother and Brahman are one. After the departure of Totapuri, Sri Ramakrishna remained for 6 months in a state of absolute identity with Brahman. For 6 months at a stretch. He said, I remained in that state from which ordinary men can never return. Generally the body falls off. After 3 weeks, like a sera leaf, I was not conscious of day and night. Flies would enter my mouth and nostrils just as they do a dead body's. But I did not feel them. My hair became matted with dust. His body would not have survived but for the kindly attention of a monk who happened to be at Dakshineswar at that time and who somehow realized that for the good of humanity Sri Ramakrishna's body must be preserved. He tried various means, even physical violence, to recall the fleeing soul to the prison house of the body. And during the resultant fleeting moments of consciousness he would push a few morsels of food down Sri Ramakrishna's throat, Presently Sri Ramakrishna received the command of the Divine Mother to remain on the threshold of relative consciousness. Soon thereafter he was afflicted with a serious attack of dysentery. Day and night the pain tortured him, and his mind gradually came down to the physical plane. Company of holy men and devotees. From now on Sri Ramakrishna began to seek the company of devotees and holy men. He had gone through the storm and stress of spiritual disciplines and visions. Now he realized an inner calmness and appeared to others as a normal person. But he could not bear the company of worldly people or listen to their talk. Fortunately, the holy atmosphere of Dakshineswar and the liberality of Mathur attracted monks and holy men from all parts of the country, sadhus of all denominations, monists and dualists, Vaishnavas and Vedantists, Saktas and worshippers of Rama flocked there in ever-increasing numbers. Ascetics and visionaries came to seek Sri Ramakrishna's advice. Vaishnavas had come during the period of his Vaishnava sadhana, and Tantrics when he practiced the disciplines of Tantra. Vedantists began to arrive after the departure of Todapuri. In the room of Sri Ramakrishna, who was then in bed with dysentery, the Vedantists engaged in scriptural discussions, and, forgetting his own physical suffering, he solved their doubts by referring directly to his own experiences. Many of the visitors were genuine spiritual souls, the unseen pillars of Hinduism, and their spiritual lives were quickened in no small measure by the sage of Dakshineswar. Sri Ramakrishna in turn learnt from them anecdotes concerning the ways and the conduct of holy men, which he subsequently narrated to his devotees and disciples. At his request Mathur provided him with large stores of foodstuffs, clothes, and so forth, for distribution among the wandering monks. Sri Ramakrishna had not read books, yet he possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of religions and religious philosophies. This he acquired from his contacts with innumerable holy men and scholars. He had a unique power of assimilation. Through meditation he made this knowledge a part of his being. Once, when he was asked by a disciple about the source of his seemingly inexhaustible knowledge, he replied, "I have not read, but I have heard the learned. I have made a garland of their knowledge, wearing it round my neck, and I have given it as an offering at the feet of the Mother." Sri Ramakrishna used to say that when the flower blooms the bees come to it for honey of their own accord. Now many souls began to visit Dakshineswar to satisfy their spiritual hunger. He, the devotee and aspirant, became the master. Gauri, the great scholar who had been one of the first to proclaim Sri Ramakrishna an incarnation of God, paid the master a visit in 1870 and with the master's blessings renounced the world. Narayan Sastri, another great pundit, who had mastered the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy and had been offered a lucrative post by the Maharaja of Jaipur, met the master and recognized in him one who had realized in life those ideals which he himself had encountered merely in books. Sri Ramakrishna initiated Narayan Sastri, at his earnest request, into the life of Sannyas. Pandit Padmalokan, the court pundit of the Maharaja of Burdwan, well known for his scholarship in both the Vedanta and the Nyaya systems of philosophy, accepted the master as an incarnation of God. Krishna Kishore, a Vedantist scholar, became devoted to the master, and there arrived Viswanath Upadhyaya, who was to become a favorite devotee. Sri Ramakrishna always addressed him as Captain. He was a high officer of the King of Nepal and had received the title of Colonel in recognition of his merit. A scholar of the Gita, the Bhagavata, and the Vedanta philosophy, he daily performed the worship of his chosen deity with great devotion. "I have read the Vedas and the other scriptures," he said. "I have also met a good many monks and devotees in different places. But it is in Sri Ramakrishna's presence that my spiritual yearnings have been fulfilled. To me he seems to be the embodiment of the truths of the scriptures." The knowledge of Brahman in Nirvikalpa Samadhi had convinced Sri Ramakrishna that the gods of the different religions are but so many readings of the Absolute, and that the ultimate reality could never be expressed by human tongue. He understood that all religions lead their devotees by differing paths to one and the same goal. Now he became eager to explore some of the alien religions, for with him understanding meant actual experience. Islam. Toward the end of 1866 he began to practice the disciplines of Islam. Under the direction of his Musalman guru he abandoned himself to his new sadhana. He dressed as a Musalman and repeated the name of Allah. His prayers took the form of the Islamic devotions. He forgot the Hindu gods and goddesses, even Kali, and gave up visiting the temples. He took up his residence outside the temple precincts. After 3 days he saw the vision of a radiant figure, perhaps Muhammad. This figure gently approached him and finally lost himself in Sri Ramakrishna. Thus he realized the Musalman God. Thence he passed into communion with Brahman. The mighty river of Islam also led him back to the ocean of the Absolute. Christianity. 8 years later, sometime in November 1874, Sri Ramakrishna was seized with an irresistible desire to learn the truth of the Christian religion. He began to listen to readings from the Bible by Sambhu Sharan Malik, a gentleman of Calcutta and a devotee of the Master. Sri Ramakrishna became fascinated by the life and teachings of Jesus. One day he was seated in the parlor of Jadu Malik's garden house at Dakshineswar, when his eyes became fixed on a painting of the Madonna and Child. Intently watching it, he became gradually overwhelmed with divine emotion. The figures in the picture took on life, and the rays of light emanating from them entered his soul. The effect of this experience was stronger than that of the vision of Muhammad. In dismay he cried out, "O Mother, what are you doing to me?" And, breaking through the barriers of creed and religion, he entered a new realm of ecstasy. Christ possessed his soul. For 3 days he did not set foot in the Kali temple. On the 4th day, in the afternoon, as he was walking in the Panchavati, he saw coming toward him a person with beautiful large eyes, serene countenance, and fair skin. As the two faced each other, a voice rang out in the depths of Sri Ramakrishna's soul. "Behold the Christ who shed his heart's blood for the redemption of the world, who suffered a sea of anguish for love of men. It is he, the Master Yogi, who is in eternal union with God. It is Jesus, love incarnate. The Son of Man embraced the Son of the Divine Mother and merged in him." Sri Ramakrishna realized his identity with Christ, as he had already realized his identity with Kali, Rama, Hanuman, Radha, Krishna, Brahman, and Muhammad. The Master went into Samadhi and communed with the Brahman with attributes. Thus he experienced the truth that Christianity, too, was a path leading to God consciousness. Till the last moment of his life he believed that Christ was an incarnation of God. But Christ, for him, was not the only incarnation. There were others, Buddha, for instance, and Krishna. Attitude toward different religions. Sri Ramakrishna accepted the divinity of Buddha and used to point out the similarity of his teachings to those of the Upanishads. He also showed great respect for the Tirthankaras, who founded Jainism, and for the 10 gurus of Sikhism. But he did not speak of them as divine incarnations. He was heard to say that the gurus of Sikhism were the reincarnations of King Janaka of ancient India. He kept in his room at Dakshineswar a small statue of Tirthankara Mahavira and a picture of Christ, before which incense was burnt morning and evening. Without being formally initiated into their doctrines, Sri Ramakrishna thus realized the ideals of religions other than Hinduism. He did not need to follow any doctrine. All barriers were removed by his overwhelming love of God. So he became a master who could speak with authority regarding the ideas and ideals of the various religions of the world. I have practiced, said he, all religions, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and I have also followed the paths of the different Hindu sects. I have found that it is the same God toward whom all are directing their steps. Though along different paths, you must try all beliefs and traverse all the different ways once. Wherever I look, I see men quarreling in the name of religion, Hindus, Mohammedans, Brahmos, Vaishnavas, and the rest, but they never reflect that he who is called Krishna is also called Shiva, and bears the name of the primal energy, Jesus, and Allah as well, the same Rama with 1,000 names. A lake has several jihats. At one, the Hindus take water in pitchers and call it jal. At another, the Musalmans take water in leather bags and call it pani. At a third, the Christians call it water. Can we imagine that it is not jal, but only pani, or water? How ridiculous! The substance is one under different names, and everyone is seeking the same substance. Only climate, temperament, and name create differences. Let each man follow his own path, if he sincerely and ardently wishes to know God. Peace be unto him. He will surely realize him. In 1867, Sri Ramakrishna returned to Kamarpukur to recuperate from the effect of his austerities. The peaceful countryside, the simple and artless companions of his boyhood, and the pure air did him much good. The villagers were happy to get back their playful, frank, witty, kind-hearted, and truthful Gadadhar, though they did not fail to notice the great change that had come over him during his years in Calcutta. His wife, Sarada Devi, now 14 years old, soon arrived at Kamarpukur. Her spiritual development was much beyond her age, and she was able to understand immediately her husband's state of mind. She became eager to learn from him about God and to live with him as his attendant. The master accepted her cheerfully, both as his disciple and as his spiritual companion. Referring to the experiences of these few days, she once said, "I used to feel always as if a pitcher full of bliss were placed in my heart. The joy was indescribable." Quote, Pilgrimage on January 27, 1868. Mathur Babu with a party of some 125 persons set out on a pilgrimage to the sacred places of northern India. At Vaidyanath in Bihar, when the master saw the inhabitants of a village reduced by poverty and starvation to mere skeletons, he requested his rich patron to feed the people and give each a piece of cloth. Mathur demurred at the added expense. The master declared bitterly that he would not go on to Benares, but would live with the poor and share their miseries. He actually left Mathur and sat down with the villagers, whereupon Mathur had to yield. On another occasion, 2 years later, Sri Ramakrishna showed a similar sentiment for the poor and needy. He accompanied Mathur on a tour to one of the latter's estates at the time of the collection of rents. For 2 years the harvests had failed and the tenants were in a state of extreme poverty. The master asked Mathur to remit their rents, distribute help to them, and in addition give the hungry people a sumptuous feast. When Mathur grumbled, the master said, "You are only the steward of the Divine Mother. They are the mother's tenants. You must spend the mother's money. When they are suffering, how can you refuse to help them? You must help them." Again Mathur had to give in. Sri Ramakrishna's sympathy for the poor sprang from his perception of God in all created beings. His sentiment was not that of the humanist or philanthropist. To him the service of man was the same as the worship of God. The party entered holy Benares by boat along the Ganges. When Sri Ramakrishna's eyes fell on this city of Shiva, where had accumulated for ages the devotion and piety of countless worshippers, he saw it to be made of gold. As the scriptures declare, he was visibly moved. During his stay in the city he treated every particle of its earth with utmost respect. At the Manikarnika Ghat, the great cremation ground of the city, he actually saw Shiva, with ash-covered body and tawny matted hair, serenely approaching each funeral pyre and breathing into the ears of the corpses the mantra of liberation. And then the Divine Mother removing from the dead their bonds. Thus he realized the significance of the scriptural statement that anyone dying in Benares attains salvation through the grace of Shiva. He paid a visit to Trailanga Swami, the celebrated monk, whom he later declared to be a real Paramahamsa, a veritable image of Shiva. Sri Ramakrishna visited Allahabad, at the confluence of the Ganges and the Jamuna, and then proceeded to Vrindavan and Mathura, hallowed by the legends, songs, and dramas about Krishna and the gopis. Here he had numerous visions and his heart overflowed with divine emotion. He wept and said, "O Krishna, everything here is as it was in the olden days. You alone are absent." He visited the great woman Saint Gangamai, regarded by Vaishnava devotees as the reincarnation of an intimate attendant of Radha. She was 60 years old and had frequent trances. She spoke of Sri Ramakrishna as an incarnation of Radha. With great difficulty he was persuaded to leave her. On the return journey Mathur wanted to visit Gaya, but Sri Ramakrishna declined to go. He recalled his father's vision at Gaya before his own birth and felt that in the temple of Vishnu, he would become permanently absorbed in God. Mathur, honoring the master's wish, returned with his party to Calcutta. From Vrindavan the master had brought a handful of dust. Part of this he scattered in the Panchavati. The rest he buried in the little hut where he had practiced meditation. "Now this place," he said, "is as sacred as Vrindavan." In 1870 the master went on a pilgrimage to Nadia, the birthplace of Sri Chaitanya. As the boat by which he travelled approached the sandbank close to Nadia, Sri Ramakrishna had a vision of the two brothers, Sri Chaitanya and his companion Nityananda, bright as molten gold and with halos, rushing to greet him with uplifted hands. "There they come! There they come!" he cried. They entered his body and he went into a deep trance. Relation with his wife. In 1872, Sarada Devi paid her first visit to her husband at Dakshineswar. 4 years earlier she had seen him at Kamarpukur and had tasted the bliss of his divine company. Since then she had become even more gentle, tender, introspective, serious, and unselfish. She had heard many rumors about her husband's insanity. People had shown her pity in her misfortune. The more she thought, the more she felt that her duty was to be with him, giving him, in whatever measure she could, a wife's devoted service. She was now 18 years old. Accompanied by her father, she arrived at Dakshineswar, having come on foot the distance of 80 miles. She had had an attack of fever on the way. When she arrived at the temple garden the master said sorrowfully, "Ah, you have come too late. My Mathur is no longer here to look after you." Mathur had passed away the previous year. The master took up the duty of instructing his young wife, and this included everything from housekeeping to the knowledge of Brahman. He taught her how to trim a lamp, how to behave toward people according to their differing temperaments, and how to conduct herself before visitors. He instructed her in the mysteries of spiritual life, prayer, meditation, japa, deep contemplation, and samadhi. The first lesson that Sarada Devi received was, God is everybody's beloved. Just as the moon is dear to every child, everyone has the same right to pray to him. Out of his grace he reveals himself to all who call upon him. You too will see him if you but pray to him. Todapuri, coming to know of the master's marriage, had once remarked, "What does it matter? He alone is firmly established in the knowledge of Brahman who can adhere to his spirit of discrimination and renunciation even while living with his wife. He alone has attained the supreme illumination who can look on man and woman alike as Brahman. A man with the idea of sex may be a good aspirant, but he is still far from the goal." Sri Ramakrishna and his wife lived together at Dakshineswar. but their minds always soared above the worldly plane. A few months after Sarada Devi's arrival, Sri Ramakrishna arranged, on an auspicious day, a special worship of Kali, the Divine Mother. Instead of an image of the deity, he placed on the seat the living image, Sarada Devi herself. The worshipper and the worship went into deep samadhi, and in the transcendental plane their souls were united. After several hours, Sri Ramakrishna came down again to the relative plane, sang a hymn to the great goddess, and surrendered, at the feet of the living image, himself, his rosary, and the fruit of his lifelong sadhana. This is known in Tantra as the Shodasa Puja, the adoration of woman. Sri Ramakrishna realized the significance of the great statement of the Upanishad. O Lord, Thou art the woman, Thou art the man, Thou art the boy, Thou art the girl, Thou art the old, tottering on their crutches. Thou pervadest the universe in its multiple forms. By his marriage, Sri Ramakrishna admitted the great value of marriage in man's spiritual evolution, and by adhering to his monastic vows he demonstrated the imperative necessity of self-control, purity, and continence in the realization of God. By his unique spiritual relationship with his wife, he proved that husband and wife can live together as spiritual companions. Thus his life is a synthesis of the ways of life of the householder and the monk. The ego of the master. In the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Sri Ramakrishna had realized that Brahman alone is real and the world illusory. By keeping his mind 6 months on the plane of the non-dual Brahman, he had attained to the state of the Vijnani, the knower of truth in a special and very rich sense, who sees Brahman not only in himself and in the transcendental absolute, but in everything of the world. In this state of Vijnana, sometimes bereft of body consciousness, he would regard himself as one with Brahman. Sometimes, conscious of the dual world, he would regard himself as God's devotee, servant, or child, in order to enable the Master to work for the welfare of humanity. The Divine Mother had kept in him a trace of ego, which he described, according to his mood, as the ego of knowledge, the ego of devotion, the ego of a child, or the ego of a servant. In any case, this ego of the Master, consumed by the fire of the knowledge of Brahman, was an appearance only, like a burnt string. He often referred to this ego as the ripe ego, in contrast with the ego of the bound soul, which he described as the unripe, or green, ego. The ego of the bound soul identifies itself with the body, relatives, possessions, and the world, but the ripe ego, illumined by divine knowledge, knows the body, relatives, possessions, and the world to be unreal and establishes a relationship of love with God alone. Through this ripe ego, Sri Ramakrishna dealt with the world and his wife. One day, while stroking his feet, Sarada Devi asked the Master, "What do you think of me?" Quick came the answer, "The mother who is worshipped in the temple is the mother who has given birth to my body and is now living in the Nahabat. And it is she again who is stroking my feet at this moment. Indeed, I always look on you as the personification of the blissful mother Kali." Sarada Devi, in the company of her husband, had rare spiritual experiences. She said, "I have no words to describe my wonderful exaltation of spirit as I watched him in his different moods. Under the influence of divine emotion, he would sometimes talk on abstruse subjects, sometimes laugh, sometimes weep, and sometimes become perfectly motionless in samadhi. This would continue throughout the night. There was such an extraordinary divine presence in him that now and then I would shake with fear and wonder how the night would pass." Months went by in this way. Then one day he discovered that I had to keep awake the whole night lest, during my sleep, he should go into samadhi, for it might happen at any moment. And so he asked me to sleep in the Nahabat. Quote, Summary of the Master's spiritual experiences. We have now come to the end of Sri Ramakrishna's sadhana, the period of his spiritual discipline. As a result of his super sensuous experiences, he reached certain conclusions regarding himself and spirituality in general. His conclusions about himself may be summarized as follows. First, he was an incarnation of God, a specially commissioned person, whose spiritual experiences were for the benefit of humanity. Whereas it takes an ordinary man a whole life's struggle to realize one or two phases of God, he had in a few years realized God in all his phases. Second, he knew that he had always been a free soul, that the various disciplines through which he had passed were really not necessary for his own liberation but were solely for the benefit of others. Thus the terms liberation and bondage were not applicable to him. As long as there are beings who consider themselves bound, God must come down to earth as an incarnation to free them from bondage. Just as a magistrate must visit any part of his district in which there is trouble. Third, he came to foresee the time of his death. His words with respect to this matter were literally fulfilled. About spirituality in general, the following were his conclusions. First, he was firmly convinced that all religions are true, that every doctrinal system represents a path to God. He had followed all the main paths and all had led him to the same goal. He was the first religious prophet recorded in history to preach the harmony of religions. Second, the three great systems of thought known as dualism, qualified non-dualism, and absolute non-dualism, Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, and Advaita, he perceived to represent three stages in man's progress toward the ultimate reality. They were not contradictory but complementary and suited to different temperaments. For the ordinary man with strong attachment to the senses, a dualistic form of religion, prescribing a certain amount of material support, such as music and other symbols, is useful. A man of God realization transcends the idea of worldly duties. But the ordinary mortal must perform his duties, striving to be unattached and to surrender the results to God. The mind can comprehend and describe the range of thought and experience up to the Visishtadvaita, and no further. The Advaita, the last word in spiritual experience, is something to be felt in samadhi, for it transcends mind and speech. From the highest standpoint, the Absolute and its manifestation are equally real. The Lord's name, his abode, and the Lord himself are of the same spiritual essence. Everything is spirit, the difference being only in form. Third, Sri Ramakrishna realized the wish of the Divine Mother that through him she should found a new order, consisting of those who would uphold the universal doctrines illustrated in his life. Fourth, his spiritual insight told him that those who were having their last birth on the mortal plane of existence and those who had sincerely called on the Lord even once in their lives must come to him. During this period Sri Ramakrishna suffered several bereavements. The first was the death of a nephew named Akshay. After the young man's death, Sri Ramakrishna said, "Akshay died before my very eyes. But it did not affect me in the least. I stood by and watched a man die. It was like a sword being drawn from its scabbard. I enjoyed the scene, and laughed and sang and danced over it. They removed the body and cremated it. But the next day as I stood there, pointing to the southeast veranda of his room, I felt a racking pain for the loss of Akshay, as if somebody were squeezing my heart like a wet towel. I wondered at it and thought that the mother was teaching me a lesson. I was not much concerned even with my own body, much less with a relative. But if such was my pain at the loss of a nephew, how much more must be the grief of the householders at the loss of their near and dear ones." In 1871 Mathur died, and some 5 years later Sambhu Malik, who, after Mathur's passing away, had taken care of the master's comfort. In 1873 died his elder brother Ramaswar, and in 1876, his beloved mother, These bereavements left their imprint on the tender human heart of Sri Ramakrishna, albeit he had realized the immortality of the soul and the illusoriness of birth and death. In March 1875, about a year before the death of his mother, the master met Keshab Chandra Sen. The meeting was a momentous event for both Sri Ramakrishna and Keshab. Here the master for the first time came into actual contact with a worthy representative of modern India. Brahmo Samaj. Keshab was the leader of the Brahmo Samaj, one of the two great movements that, during the latter part of the 19th century, played an important part in shaping the course of the Renaissance of India. The founder of the Brahmo movement had been the great Raja Ram Mohan Roy, 1774 to 1833. Though born in an orthodox Brahmin family, Ram Mohan Roy had shown great sympathy for Islam and Christianity. He had gone to Tibet in search of the Buddhist mysteries. He had extracted from Christianity its ethical system, but had rejected the divinity of Christ as he had denied the Hindu incarnations. The religion of Islam influenced him, to a great extent, in the formulation of his monotheistic doctrines. But he always went back to the Vedas for his spiritual inspiration. The Brahmo Samaj, which he founded in 1828, was dedicated to the worship and adoration of the eternal, the unsearchable, the immutable being, who is the author and preserver of the universe. The Samaj was open to all without distinction of color, creed, caste, nation, or religion. The real organizer of the Samaj was Devendranath Tagore, 1817 to 1905, the father of the poet Rabindranath. His physical and spiritual beauty, aristocratic aloofness, penetrating intellect, and poetic sensibility made him the foremost leader of the educated Bengalis. These addressed him by the respectful epithet of Maharshi, the great seer. The Maharshi was a Sanskrit scholar and, unlike Raja Ram Mohan Roy, drew his inspiration entirely from the Upanishads. He was an implacable enemy of image worship and also fought to stop the infiltration of Christian ideas into the Samaj. He gave the movement its faith and ritual. Under his influence, the Brahmo Samaj professed one self-existent supreme being who had created the universe out of nothing, the God of truth, infinite wisdom, goodness, and power, the eternal and omnipotent, the one without a second. Man should love him and do his will, believe in him and worship him, and thus merit salvation in the world to come. By far the ablest leader of the Brahmo movement was Keshab Chandra Sen, 1838 to 1884. Unlike Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Devendranath Tagore, Keshab was born of a middle-class Bengali family and had been brought up in an English school. He did not know Sanskrit and very soon broke away from the popular Hindu religion. Even at an early age he came under the spell of Christ and professed to have experienced the special favor of John the Baptist, Christ, and Saint Paul. When he strove to introduce Christ to the Brahmo Samaj, a rupture became inevitable with Devendranath. In 1868, Keshab broke with the older leader and founded the Brahmo Samaj of India. Devendra retaining leadership of the first Brahmo Samaj, now called the Adi Samaj. Keshab possessed a complex nature. When passing through a great moral crisis, he spent much of his time in solitude and felt that he heard the voice of God. When a devotional form of worship was introduced into the Brahmo Samaj, he spent hours in singing kirtan with his followers. He visited England in 1870 and impressed the English people with his musical voice, his simple English, and his spiritual fervor. He was entertained by Queen Victoria. Returning to India, he founded centers of the Brahmo Samaj in various parts of the country. Not unlike a professor of comparative religion in a European university, he began to discover, about the time of his first contact with Sri Ramakrishna, the harmony of religions. He became sympathetic toward the Hindu gods and goddesses, explaining them in a liberal fashion. Further, he believed that he was called by God to dictate to the world God's newly revealed law. The new dispensation, the Nava Vedhan. In 1878, a schism divided Kashab's Samaj. Some of his influential followers accused him of infringing the Brahmo principles by marrying his daughter to a wealthy man before she had attained the marriageable age approved by the Samaj. This group seceded and established the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, Kashab remaining the leader of the Navavedhan. Kashab now began to be drawn more and more toward the Christ ideal. Though under the influence of Sri Ramakrishna, his devotion to the Divine Mother also deepened. His mental oscillation between Christ and the Divine Mother of Hinduism found no position of rest. In Bengal and some other parts of India, the Brahmo movement took the form of Unitarian Christianity, scoffed at Hindu rituals, and preached a crusade against image worship. Influenced by Western culture, it declared the supremacy of reason, advocated the ideals of the French Revolution, abolished the caste system among its own members, stood for the emancipation of women, agitated for the abolition of early marriage, sanctioned the remarriage of widows, and encouraged various educational and social reform movements. The immediate effect of the Brahmo movement in Bengal was the checking of the proselytizing activities of the Christian missionaries. It also raised Indian culture in the estimation of its English masters. But it was an intellectual and eclectic religious ferment born of the necessity of the time. Unlike Hinduism, it was not founded on the deep inner experiences of sages and prophets. Its influence was confined to a comparatively few educated men and women of the country, and the vast masses of the Hindus remained outside it. It sounded monotonously only one of the notes in the rich gamut of the eternal religion of the Hindus. Arya Samaj, the other movement playing an important part in the 19th century religious revival of India, was the Arya Samaj, the Brahmo Samaj, essentially a movement of compromise with European culture, tacitly admitted the superiority of the West, but the founder of the Arya Samaj was a pugnacious Hindu sannyasi who accepted the challenge of Islam and Christianity and was resolved to combat all foreign influence in India. Swami Dayananda, 1824–1883, launched this movement in Bombay in 1875, and soon its influence was felt throughout Western India. The Swami was a great scholar of the Vedas, which he explained as being strictly monotheistic. He preached against the worship of images and re-established the ancient Vedic sacrificial rites. According to him, the Vedas were the ultimate authority on religion, and he accepted every word of them as literally true. The Arya Samaj became a bulwark against the encroachments of Islam and Christianity, and its orthodox flavor appealed to many Hindu minds. It also assumed leadership in many movements of social reform. The caste system became a target of its attack. Women it liberated from many of their social disabilities. The cause of education received from it a great impetus. It started agitation against early marriage and advocated the remarriage of Hindu widows. Its influence was strongest in the Punjab, the battleground of the Hindu and Islamic cultures. A new fighting attitude was introduced into the slumbering Hindu society. Unlike the Brahmo Samaj, the influence of the Arya Samaj was not confined to the intellectuals. It was a force that spread to the masses. It was a dogmatic movement intolerant of those disagreed with its views. And it emphasized only one way, the Arya Samaj way, to the realization of truth. Sri Ramakrishna met Swami Dayananda when the latter visited Bengal. Kashab Chandra Sen and Sri Ramakrishna met for the first time in the garden house of Jayagopal Sen at Belgaria, a few miles from Dakshineswar, where the great Brahmo leader was staying with some of his disciples. In many respects the two were poles apart, though an irresistible inner attraction was to make them intimate friends. The master had realized God as pure spirit and consciousness, but he believed in the various forms of God as well. Kashyap, on the other hand, regarded image worship as idolatry and gave allegorical explanations of the Hindu deities. Kashyap was an orator and a writer of books and magazine articles. Sri Ramakrishna had a horror of lecturing and hardly knew how to write his own name. Kashyap's fame spread far and wide, even reaching the distant shores of England. The master still led a secluded life in the village of Dakshineswar. Kashyap emphasized social reforms for India's regeneration. To Sri Ramakrishna, God realization was the only goal of life. Kashyap considered himself a disciple of Christ and accepted in a diluted form the Christian sacraments and Trinity. Sri Ramakrishna was the simple child of Kali, the Divine Mother, though he too, in a different way, acknowledged Christ's divinity. Kashyap was a householder and took a real interest in the welfare of his children, whereas Sri Ramakrishna was a Paramahamsa and completely indifferent to the life of the world. Yet, as their acquaintance ripened into friendship, Sri Ramakrishna and Kashyap held each other in great love and respect. Years later, at the news of Kashyap's death, the master felt as if half his body had become paralyzed. Kashyap's concepts of the harmony of religions and the motherhood of God were deepened and enriched by his contact with Sri Ramakrishna. Sri Ramakrishna, dressed in a red-bordered dhoti, one end of which was carelessly thrown over his left shoulder, came to Jayagopal's garden house accompanied by Ride. No one took notice of the unostentatious visitor. Finally the master said to Kashyap, "People tell me you have seen God. So I have come to hear from you about God." A magnificent conversation followed. The master sang a thrilling song about Kali and forthwith went into samadhi. When Ride uttered the sacred Om in his ears, he gradually came back to consciousness of the world, his face still radiating a divine brilliance. Kashyap and his followers were amazed. The contrast between Sri Ramakrishna and the Brahmo devotees was very interesting. There sat this small man, thin and extremely delicate. His eyes were illumined with an inner light. Good humor gleamed in his eyes and lurked in the corners of his mouth. His speech was Bengali of a homely kind with a slight, delightful stammer, and his words held men enthralled by their wealth of spiritual experience, their inexhaustible store of simile and metaphor, their power of observation, their bright and subtle humor, their wonderful Catholicity, their ceaseless flow of wisdom. And around him now were the sophisticated men of Bengal, the best products of Western education, with Kashyap, the idol of young Bengal, as their leader. Kashyap's sincerity was enough for Sri Ramakrishna. Henceforth the two saw each other frequently, either at Dakshineswar or at the temple of the Brahmo Samaj. Whenever the master was in the temple at the time of divine service, Kashyap would request him to speak to the congregation, and Kashyap would visit the saint, in his turn, with offerings of flowers and fruits. Other Brahmo leaders began to feel Sri Ramakrishna's influence. But they were by no means uncritical admirers of the master. They particularly disapproved of his ascetic renunciation and condemnation of woman and gold. 7 They measured him according to their own ideals of the householder's life. Some could not understand his samadhi and described it as a nervous malady. Yet they could not resist his magnetic personality. Among the Brahmo leaders who knew the master closely were Pratap Chandra Mazumdar, Vijay Krishna Goswami, Trailokyanath Sanyal and Sivanath Sastri. Sivanath, one day, was greatly impressed by the master's utter simplicity and abhorrence of praise. He was seated with Sri Ramakrishna in the latter's room when several rich men of Calcutta arrived. The master left the room for a few minutes. In the meantime Ride, his nephew, began to describe his samadhi to the visitors. The last few words caught the master's ear as he entered the room. He said to Ride, "What a mean-spirited fellow you must be to extol me thus before these rich men. You have seen their costly apparel and their gold watches and chains. And your object is to get from them as much money as you can. What do I care about what they think of me?" Turning to the gentleman, "No, my friends, what he has told you about me is not true. It was not love of God that made me absorbed in God and indifferent to external life. I became positively insane for some time. The sadhus who frequented this temple told me to practice many things. I tried to follow them, and the consequence was that my austerities drove me to insanity." This is a quotation from one of Sivanath's books. He took the master's words literally and failed to see their real import. Sivanath vehemently criticized the master for his otherworldly attitude toward his wife. He writes, "Ramakrishna was practically separated from his wife, who lived in her village home. One day when I was complaining to some friends about the virtual widowhood of his wife, he drew me to one side and whispered in my ear, 'Why do you complain? It is no longer possible. It is all dead and gone.' Another day as I was inveighing against this part of his teaching, and also declaring that our program of work in the Brahmo Samaj includes women, that ours is a social and domestic religion, and that we want to give education and social liberty to women. The master's yearning for his own devotees' contact with the Brahmos increased Sri Ramakrishna's longing to encounter aspirants who would be able to follow his teachings in their purest form. There was no limit, he once declared, to the longing I felt at that time. During the daytime I somehow managed to control it. The secular talk of the worldly minded was galling to me, and I would look wistfully to the day when my own beloved companions would come. I hoped to find solace in conversing with them and relating to them my own realizations. Every little incident would remind me of them, and thoughts of them wholly engrossed me. I was already arranging in my mind what I should say to one and give to another, and so on. But when the day would come to a close I would not be able to curb my feelings. The thought that another day had gone by, and they had not come, oppressed me. When, during the evening service, the temples rang with the sound of bells and conch shells, I would climb to the roof of the kuthi in the garden and, writhing in anguish of heart, cry at the top of my voice, "Come, my children! Oh, where are you? I cannot bear to live without you." A mother never longed so intensely for the sight of her child, nor a friend for his companions, nor a lover for his sweetheart, as I longed for them. Oh, it was indescribable. Shortly after this period of yearning the devotees began to come. In the year 1879 occasional writings about Sri Ramakrishna by the Brahmos, in the Brahmo magazines, began to attract his future disciples from the educated middle-class Bengalis. And they continued to come till 1884. But others, too, came, feeling the subtle power of his attraction. They were an ever-shifting crowd of people of all castes and creeds. Hindus and Brahmos, Vaishnavas and Saktas, the educated with university degrees and the illiterate, old and young, Maharajas and beggars, journalists and artists, pundits and devotees, philosophers and the worldly minded, jnanis and yogis, men of action and men of faith, virtuous women and prostitutes, office holders and vagabonds, philanthropists and self-seekers, dramatists and drunkards, builders up and pullers down. He gave to them all, without stint, from his illimitable store of realization. No one went away empty-handed. He taught them the lofty knowledge of the Vedanta and the soul-melting love of the Purana. 20 hours out of 24 he would speak without rest or respite. He gave to all his sympathy and enlightenment, and he touched them with that strange power of the soul which could not but melt even the most hardened. and people understood him according to their powers of comprehension. The master's method of teaching, but he remained as ever the willing instrument in the hand of God. The child of the Divine Mother, totally untouched by the idea of being a teacher. He used to say that 3 ideas, that he was a guru, a father, and a master, pricked his flesh like thorns. Yet he was an extraordinary teacher. He stirred his disciples' hearts more by a subtle influence than by actions or words. He never claimed to be the founder of a religion or the organizer of a sect. Yet he was a religious dynamo. He was the verifier of all religions and creeds. He was like an expert gardener, who prepares the soil and removes the weeds, knowing that the plants will grow because of the inherent power of the seeds, producing each its appropriate flowers and fruits. He never thrust his ideas on anybody. He understood people's limitations and worked on the principle that what is good for one may be bad for another. He had the unusual power of knowing the devotees' minds, even their inmost souls. At the first sight, he accepted disciples with the full knowledge of their past tendencies and future possibilities. The life of evil did not frighten him, nor did religious squeamishness raise anybody in his estimation. He saw in everything the unerring finger of the Divine Mother. Even the light that leads astray was to him the light from God. To those who became his intimate disciples, the Master was a friend, companion, and playmate. Even the chores of religious discipline would be lightened in his presence. The devotees would be so inebriated with pure joy in his company that they would have no time to ask themselves whether he was an incarnation, a perfect soul, or a yogi. His very presence was a great teaching. Words were superfluous. In later years his disciples remarked that while they were with him they would regard him as a comrade, but afterwards would tremble to think of their frivolities in the presence of such a great person. They had convincing proof that the Master could, by his mere wish, kindle in their hearts the love of God and give them his vision. Through all this fun and frolic, this merriment and frivolity, he always kept before them the shining ideal of God consciousness and the path of renunciation. He prescribed ascents steep or graded according to the powers of the climber. He permitted no compromise with the basic principles of purity. An aspirant had to keep his body, mind, senses, and soul unspotted, had to have a sincere love for God and an ever-mounting spirit of yearning. The rest would be done by the Mother. His disciples were of 2 kinds: the householders, and the young men, some of whom were later to become monks. There was also a small group of women devotees. Householder devotees. For the householders, Sri Ramakrishna did not prescribe the hard path of total renunciation. He wanted them to discharge their obligations to their families. Their renunciation was to be mental. Spiritual life could not be acquired by flying away from responsibilities. A married couple should live like brother and sister after the birth of 1 or 2 children, devoting their time to spiritual talk and contemplation. He encouraged the householders, saying that their life was, in a way, easier than that of the monk, since it was more advantageous to fight the enemy from inside a fortress than in an open field. He insisted, however, on their repairing into solitude every now and then to strengthen their devotion and faith in God. Through prayer, japa, and meditation, he prescribed for them the companionship of sadhus. He asked them to perform their worldly duties with one hand, while holding to God with the other, and to pray to God to make their duties fewer and fewer so that in the end they might cling to him with both hands. He would discourage in both the householders and the celibate youths any lukewarmness in their spiritual struggles. He would not ask them to follow indiscriminately the ideal of non-resistance, which ultimately makes a coward of the unwary future monks, but to the young men destined to be monks he pointed out the steep path of renunciation, both external and internal. They must take the vow of absolute continence and eschew all thought of greed and lust by the practice of continence. Aspirants develop a subtle nerve through which they understand the deeper mysteries of God. For them, self-control is final, imperative, and absolute. The sannyasis are teachers of men, and their lives should be totally free from blemish. They must not even look at a picture which may awaken their animal passions. The master selected his future monks from young men untouched by woman and gold and plastic, enough to be cast in his spiritual mold. When teaching them the path of renunciation and discrimination, he would not allow the householders to be anywhere near them. Ram and Manamahan, the first two householder devotees to come to Dakshineswar, were Ramchandra Dutta and Manamahan Mitra, a medical practitioner and chemist. Ram was skeptical about God and religion and never enjoyed peace of soul. He wanted tangible proof of God's existence. The master said to him, "God really exists. You don't see the stars in the daytime. But that doesn't mean that the stars do not exist. There is butter in milk. But can anybody see it by merely looking at the milk? To get butter, you must churn milk in a quiet and cool place. You cannot realize God by a mere wish. You must go through some mental disciplines." By degrees the master awakened Ram's spirituality, and the latter became one of his foremost lay disciples. It was Ram who introduced Narendranath to Sri Ramakrishna. Narendra was a relative of Ram. Manamahan at first met with considerable opposition from his wife and other relatives, who resented his visits to Dakshineswar. But in the end, the unselfish love of the master triumphed over worldly affection. It was Manamahan who brought recall to the master. Surendra Suresh Mitra, a beloved disciple whom the master often addressed as Surendra, had received an English education and held an important post in an English firm. Like many other educated young men of the time, he prided himself on his atheism and led a bohemian life. He was addicted to drinking. He cherished an exaggerated notion about man's free will. A victim of mental depression, he was brought to Sri Ramakrishna by Ramchandra Dutta. When he heard the master asking a disciple to practice the virtue of self-surrender to God, he was impressed. But though he tried thenceforth to do so, he was unable to give up his old associates and his drinking. One day the master said in his presence, "Well, when a man goes to an undesirable place, why doesn't he take the Divine Mother with him?" And to Surendra himself, Sri Ramakrishna said, "Why should you drink wine as wine? Offer it to Kali, and then take it as her prasad, as consecrated drink. But see that you don't become intoxicated. You must not reel and your thoughts must not wander. At first you will feel ordinary excitement, but soon you will experience spiritual exaltation." Gradually Surendra's entire life was changed. The master designated him as one of those commissioned by the Divine Mother to defray a great part of his expenses. Surendra's purse was always open for the master's comfort. Kedar Kedarnath Chatterjee was endowed with a spiritual temperament and had tried various paths of religion, some not very commendable. When he met the master at Dakshineswar, he understood the true meaning of religion. It is said that the master, weary of instructing devotees who were coming to him in great numbers for guidance, once prayed to the goddess Kali, "Mother, I am tired of speaking to people. Please give power to Kedar, Girish, Ram, Vijay, and Mahendra to give them the preliminary instruction, so that just a little teaching from me will be enough." He was aware, however, of Kedar's lingering attachment to worldly things and often warned him about it. Harish, a young man in affluent circumstances, renounced his family and took shelter with the master, who loved him for his sincerity, singleness of purpose, and quiet nature. He spent his leisure time in prayer and meditation, turning a deaf ear to the entreaties and threats of his relatives. Referring to his undisturbed peace of mind, The master would say, "Real men are dead to the world though living. Look at Harish. He is an example." When one day the master asked him to be a little kind to his wife, Harish said, "You must excuse me on this point. This is not the place to show kindness. If I try to be sympathetic to her, there is a possibility of my forgetting the ideal and becoming entangled in the world." Quote, Bhavanath Chatterjee visited the master while he was still in his teens. His parents and relatives regarded Sri Ramakrishna as an insane person and tried their utmost to prevent him from becoming intimate with the master. But the young boy was very stubborn and often spent nights at Dakshineswar. He was greatly attached sadhus to Narendra, and the master encouraged their friendship. The very sight of him often awakened Sri Ramakrishna's spiritual emotion. Balaram Bose came of a wealthy Vaishnava family. From his youth he had shown a deep religious temperament and had devoted his time to meditation, prayer, and the study of the Vaishnava scriptures. He was very much impressed by Sri Ramakrishna even at their first meeting. He asked Sri Ramakrishna whether God really existed and, if so, whether a man could realize him. The master said, "God reveals himself to the devotee who thinks of him as his nearest and dearest because you do not draw response by praying to him once. You must not conclude that he does not exist. Pray to God, thinking of him as dearer than your very self. He is much attached to his devotees. He comes to a man even before he is sought. There is none more intimate and affectionate than God." Balaram had never before heard God spoken of in such forceful words. Every one of the words seemed true to him. Under the master's influence he outgrew the conventions of the Vaishnava worship and became one of the most beloved of the disciples. It was at his home that the master slept whenever he spent a night in Calcutta. Mahendranath Gupta, known as M. Quote, arrived at Dakshineswar in February 1882. He belonged to the Brahmo Samaj and was headmaster of the Vidyasagar High School at Siambazar, Calcutta. At the very first sight the master recognized him as one of his marked disciples. Mahendra recorded in his diary Sri Ramakrishna's conversations with his devotees. These are the first directly recorded words in the spiritual history of the world of a man recognized as belonging in the class of Buddha and Christ. The present volume is a translation of this diary. Mahendra was instrumental, through his personal contacts, in spreading the master's message among many young and aspiring souls. Nag Mahashay Durgacharan Nag, also known as Nag Mahashay, was the ideal householder among the lay disciples of Sri Ramakrishna. He was the embodiment of the master's ideal of life in the world, unstained by worldliness. In spite of his intense desire to become a sannyasi, Sri Ramakrishna asked him to live in the world in the spirit of a monk. And the disciple truly carried out this injunction. He was born of a poor family and even during his boyhood often sacrificed everything to lessen the sufferings of the needy. He had married at an early age and after his wife's death had married a second time to obey his father's command. But he once said to his wife, "Love on the physical level never lasts. He is indeed blessed who can give his love to God with his whole heart. Even a little attachment to the body endures for several births. So do not be attached to this cage of bone and flesh. Take shelter at the feet of the mother and think of her alone. Thus your life here and hereafter will be ennobled." The master spoke of him as a blazing light. He received every word of Sri Ramakrishna in dead earnest. One day he heard the master saying that it was difficult for doctors, lawyers, and brokers to make much progress in spirituality. Of doctors he said, "If the mind clings to the tiny drops of medicine, how can it conceive of the infinite?" That was the end of Durgacharan's medical practice and he threw his chest of medicines into the Ganges. Sri Ramakrishna assured him that he would not lack simple food and clothing. He bade him serve holy men. On being asked where he would find real holy men, the master said that they themselves would seek his company. No sannyasi could have lived a more austere life than Durgacharan. Girish Chandra Ghosh was a born rebel against God. A skeptic, a bohemian, a drunkard, he was the greatest Bengali dramatist of his time, the father of the modern Bengali stage. Like other young men, he had imbibed all the vices of the West. He had plunged into a life of dissipation and had become convinced that religion was only a fraud. Materialistic philosophy he justified as enabling one to get at least a little fun out of life. But a series of reverses shocked him and he became eager to solve the riddle of life. He had heard people say that in spiritual life the help of a guru was imperative and that the guru was to be regarded as God himself. But Girish was too well acquainted with human nature to see perfection in a man. His first meeting with Sri Ramakrishna did not impress him at all. He returned home feeling as if he had seen a freak at a circus. For the master, in a semi-conscious mood, had inquired whether it was evening, though the lamps were burning in the room. But their paths often crossed, and Girish could not avoid further encounters. The master attended a performance in Girish's Star Theatre. On this occasion, too, Girish found nothing impressive about him. One day, however, Girish happened to see the master dancing and singing with the devotees. He felt the contagion and wanted to join them, but restrained himself for fear of ridicule. Another day Sri Ramakrishna was about to give him spiritual instruction, when Girish said, "I don't want to listen to instructions. I have myself written many instructions. They are of no use to me. Please help me in a more tangible way if you can." This pleased the master and he asked Girish to cultivate faith. As time passed, Girish began to learn that the guru is the one who silently unfolds the disciple's inner life. He became a steadfast devotee of the master. He often loaded the master with insults, drank in his presence, and took liberties which astounded the other devotees. But the master knew that at heart Girish was tender, faithful, and sincere. He would not allow Girish to give up the theatre. And when a devotee asked him to tell Girish to give up drinking, he sternly replied, "That is none of your business. He who has taken charge of him will look after him." Girish is a devotee of heroic type. I tell you, drinking will not affect him. The master knew that mere words could not induce a man to break deep-rooted habits, but that the silent influence of love worked miracles. Therefore he never asked him to give up alcohol, with the result that Girish himself eventually broke the habit. Sri Ramakrishna had strengthened Girish's resolution by allowing him to feel that he was absolutely free. One day Girish felt depressed because he was unable to submit to any routine of spiritual discipline. In an exalted mood the master said to him, "All right, give me your power of attorney. Henceforth I assume responsibility for you. You need not do anything." Girish heaved a sigh of relief. He felt happy to think that Sri Ramakrishna had assumed his spiritual responsibilities. But poor Girish could not then realize that he also, on his part, had to give up his freedom and make of himself a puppet in Sri Ramakrishna's hands. The master began to discipline him according to this new attitude. One day Girish said about a trifling matter, "Yes, I shall do this. No." The master corrected him. "You must not speak in that egotistic manner. You should say, 'God willing, I shall do it.'" Girish understood. Thenceforth he tried to give up all idea of personal responsibility and surrender himself to the divine will. His mind began to dwell constantly on Sri Ramakrishna. This unconscious meditation in time chastened his turbulent spirit. The householder devotees generally visited Sri Ramakrishna on Sunday afternoons and other holidays. Thus a brotherhood was gradually formed, and the master encouraged their fraternal feeling. Now and then he would accept an invitation to a devotee's home. where other devotees would also be invited. Kirtan would be arranged and they would spend hours in dance and devotional music. The master would go into trances or open his heart in religious discourses and in the narration of his own spiritual experiences. Many people who could not go to Dakshineswar participated in these meetings and felt blessed. Such an occasion would be concluded with a sumptuous feast, but it was in the company of his younger devotees, pure souls yet unstained by the touch of worldliness, that Sri Ramakrishna took greatest joy. Among the young men who later embraced the householder's life were Narayan, Paltu, the younger Narain, Tachandra and Purna. These visited the master sometimes against strong opposition from home. Purna was a lad of 13, whom Sri Ramakrishna described as an Isvarakoti, a soul born with special spiritual qualities. The master said that Purna was the last of the group of brilliant devotees who, as he once had seen in a trance, would come to him for spiritual illumination. Purna said to Sri Ramakrishna during their second meeting, "You are God Himself incarnated in flesh and blood." Such words coming from a mere youngster proved of what stuff the boy was made. Mahamacharan and Pratap Hazra. Mahamacharan and Pratap Hazra were two devotees outstanding for their pretentiousness and idiosyncrasies, but the master showed them his unfailing love and kindness, though he was aware of their shortcomings. Mahamacharan Chakravarti had met the master long before the arrival of the other disciples. He had had the intention of leading a spiritual life, but a strong desire to acquire name and fame was his weakness. He claimed to have been initiated by Totapuri and used to say that he had been following the path of knowledge according to his guru's instructions. He possessed a large library of English and Sanskrit books, but though he pretended to have read them, most of the leaves were uncut. The master knew all his limitations, yet enjoyed listening to him recite from the Vedas and other scriptures. He would always exhort Mahima to meditate on the meaning of the scriptural texts and to practice spiritual discipline. Pratap Hazra, a middle-aged man, hailed from a village near Kamarpukur. He was not altogether unresponsive to religious feelings. On a moment's impulse he had left his home, aged mother, wife, and children, and had found shelter in the temple garden at Dakshineswar, where he intended to lead a spiritual life. He loved to argue, and the master often pointed him out as an example of barren argumentation. He was hypercritical of others and cherished an exaggerated notion of his own spiritual advancement. He was mischievous and often tried to upset the minds of the master's young disciples, criticizing them for their happy and joyous life and asking them to devote their time to meditation. The master teasingly compared Hazra to Jatila and Katila, the two women who always created obstructions in Krishna's sport with the gopis, and said that Hazra lived at Dakshineswar to thicken the plot by adding complications. Some noted men Sri Ramakrishna also became acquainted with a number of people whose scholarship or wealth entitled them everywhere to respect. He had met, a few years before, Devendranath Tagore, famous all over Bengal for his wealth, scholarship, saintly character, and social position, but the master found him disappointing. For, whereas Sri Ramakrishna expected of a saint complete renunciation of the world, Devendranath combined with his saintliness a life of enjoyment. Sri Ramakrishna met the great poet Michael Madhusudan, who had embraced Christianity for the sake of his stomach. To him the master could not impart instruction, for the Divine Mother pressed his tongue. In addition he met Maharaja Jatindra Mohan Tagore, a titled aristocrat of Bengal, Christodas Pal, the editor, social reformer, and patriot, Iswar Vidyasagar, the noted philanthropist and educator, Pundit Shashadhar, a great champion of Hindu orthodoxy, Aswini Kumar Dutta, a headmaster, moralist, and leader of Indian nationalism. and Bankim Chatterjee, a deputy magistrate, novelist, and essayist, and one of the fashioners of modern Bengali prose. Sri Ramakrishna was not the man to be dazzled by outward show, glory, or eloquence. A pundit without discrimination he regarded as a mere straw. He would search people's hearts for the light of God, and if that was missing he would have nothing to do with them. Christodas Pal, the Europeanized Christodas Pal, did not approve of the master's emphasis on renunciation and said, "Sir, this cant of renunciation has almost ruined the country. It is for this reason that the Indians are a subject nation today. Doing good to others, bringing education to the door of the ignorant, and above all, improving the material conditions of the country, these should be our duty now. The cry of religion and renunciation would, on the contrary, only weaken us. You should advise the young men of Bengal to resort only to such acts as will uplift the country." Sri Ramakrishna gave him a searching look and found no divine light within. "You man of poor understanding," Sri Ramakrishna said sharply, "you dare to slight in these terms renunciation and piety, which our scriptures describe as the greatest of all virtues. After reading 2 pages of English you think you have come to know the world. You appear to think you are omniscient. Well, have you seen those tiny crabs that are born in the Ganges just when the rains set in? In this big universe you are even less significant than one of those small creatures. How dare you talk of helping the world? The Lord will look to that. You haven't the power in you to do it." After a pause the master continued, "Can you explain to me how you can work for others? I know what you mean by helping them. To feed a number of persons. To treat them when they are sick. To construct a road or dig a well, isn't that all? These are good deeds, no doubt, but how trifling in comparison with the vastness of the universe. How far can a man advance in this line? How many people can you save from famine? Malaria has ruined a whole province. What could you do to stop its onslaught? God alone looks after the world. Let a man first realize him. Let a man get the authority from God and be endowed with his power. Then, and then alone, may he think of doing good to others. A man should first be purged of all egotism. Then alone will the blissful mother ask him to work for the world." Sri Ramakrishna mistrusted philanthropy that presumed to pose as charity. He warned people against it. He saw in most acts of philanthropy nothing but egotism, vanity, a desire for glory, a barren excitement to kill the boredom of life, or an attempt to soothe a guilty conscience. True charity, he taught, is the result of love of God, service to man in a spirit of worship. Monastic disciples. The disciples whom the master trained for monastic life were the following. 1. Narendranath Dutta, Swami Vivekananda, greater than Nitya Niranjan Sen. Swami Niranjanananda, greater than Rakal Chandra Ghosh. Swami Brahmananda, greater than Kaliprasad Chandra. Swami Abhedananda, greater than Gopal Chandra Ghosh. Swami Advaitananda, greater than Harinath Chattopadhyaya. Swami Turiyananda, greater than Baburam Ghosh. Swami Premananda, greater than Sarada Prasanna. Swami Trigunatitananda, greater than Taraknath Ghoshal. Swami Shivananda, greater than Gangadhar Ghatak. Swami Akhandananda, greater than Jogindranath Chowdhury. Swami Yogananda, greater than Subodh Ghosh. Swami Subodhananda, greater than Sashibhushan Chakravarti. Swami Ramakrishnananda, greater than Sarachandra Chakravarti. Swami Saradananda, greater than Hariprasanna Chatterjee. Swami Vishnanananda, greater than Latu. Swami Adhutananda, Latu. The first of these young men to come to the master was Latu. Born of obscure parents in Bihar, he came to Calcutta in search of work and was engaged by Ramchandra Dutta as houseboy. Learning of the saintly Sri Ramakrishna, he visited the master at Dakshineswar and was deeply touched by his cordiality. When he was about to leave, The master asked him to take some money and return home in a boat or carriage. But Latu declared he had a few pennies and jingled the coins in his pocket. Sri Ramakrishna later requested Ram to allow Latu to stay with him permanently. Under Sri Ramakrishna's guidance, Latu made great progress in meditation and was blessed with ecstatic visions. But all the efforts of the master to give him a smattering of education failed. Latu was very fond of kirtan and other devotional songs but remained all his life illiterate. Recall even before Rakal's coming to Dakshineswar, the master had had visions of him as his spiritual son and as a playmate of Krishna at Vrindavan. Rakal was born of wealthy parents. During his childhood he developed wonderful spiritual traits and used to play at worshipping gods and goddesses. In his teens he was married to a sister of Manamahan Mitra, from whom he first heard of the master. His father objected to his association with Sri Ramakrishna but afterwards was reassured to find that many celebrated people were visitors at Dakshineswar. The relationship between the master and this beloved disciple was that of mother and child. Sri Ramakrishna allowed Rakal many liberties denied to others, but he would not hesitate to chastise the boy for improper actions. At one time Rakal felt a childlike jealousy because he found that other boys were receiving the master's affection. He soon got over it and realized his guru as the guru of the whole universe. The master was worried to hear of his marriage, but was relieved to find that his wife was a spiritual soul who would not be a hindrance to his progress. The elder Gopal Chandra Ghosh came to Dakshineswar at a rather advanced age and was called the elder Gopal. He had lost his wife, and the master assuaged his grief. Soon he renounced the world and devoted himself fully to meditation and prayer. Some years later Gopal gave the master the ochre cloths with which the latter initiated several of his disciples into monastic life. Narendra, to spread his message to the four corners of the earth, Sri Ramakrishna needed a strong instrument. With his frail body and delicate limbs he could not make great journeys across wide spaces. And such an instrument was found in Narendranath Dutta, his beloved Narain, later known to the world as Swami Vivekananda. Even before meeting Narendranath, the master had seen him in a vision as a sage, immersed in the meditation of the Absolute, who at Sri Ramakrishna's request had agreed to take human birth to assist him in his work. Narendra was born in Calcutta on January 12, 1863, of an aristocratic Kayastha family. His mother was steeped in the great Hindu epics, and his father, a distinguished attorney of the Calcutta High Court, was an agnostic about religion, a friend of the poor, and a mocker at social conventions. Even in his boyhood and youth, Narendra possessed great physical courage and presence of mind, a vivid imagination, deep power of thought, keen intelligence, an extraordinary memory, a love of truth, a passion for purity, a spirit of independence, and a tender heart. An expert musician, he also acquired proficiency in physics, astronomy, mathematics, philosophy, history, and literature. He grew up into an extremely handsome young man. Even as a child he practiced meditation and showed great power of concentration. Though free and passionate in word and action, he took the vow of austere religious chastity and never allowed the fire of purity to be extinguished by the slightest defilement of body or soul. As he read in college the rationalistic Western philosophers of the 19th century, his boyhood faith in God and religion was unsettled. He would not accept religion on mere faith. He wanted demonstration of God. But very soon his passionate nature discovered that mere universal reason was cold and bloodless. His emotional nature, dissatisfied with a mere abstraction, required a concrete support to help him in the hours of temptation. He wanted an external power, a guru, who by embodying perfection in the flesh would still the commotion of his soul. Attracted by the magnetic personality of Kashyap, he joined the Brahmo Samaj and became a singer in its choir. But in the Samaj he did not find the guru who could say that he had seen God. In a state of mental conflict and torture of soul, Narendra came to Sri Ramakrishna at Dakshineswar. He was then 18 years of age and had been in college 2 years. He entered the master's room accompanied by some light-hearted friends. At Sri Ramakrishna's request he sang a few songs, pouring his whole soul into them, and the master went into samadhi. A few minutes later Sri Ramakrishna suddenly left his seat, took Narendra by the hand, and led him to the screened veranda north of his room. They were alone. Addressing Narendra most tenderly, as if he were a friend of long acquaintance, the master said, "Ah, you have come very late. Why have you been so unkind as to make me wait all these days? My ears are tired of hearing the futile words of worldly men. Oh, how I have longed to pour my spirit into the heart of someone fitted to receive my message." He talked thus, sobbing all the time. Then, standing before Narendra with folded hands, he addressed him as Narayana, born on earth to remove the misery of humanity. Grasping Narendra's hand, he asked him to come again, alone, and very soon. Narendra was startled. "What is this I have come to see?" he said to himself. He must be stark mad. "Why, I am the son of Viswanath Dutta. How dare he speak this way to me?" When they returned to the room and Narendra heard the master speaking to others, he was surprised to find in his words an inner logic, a striking sincerity, and a convincing proof of his spiritual nature. In answer to Narendra's question, "Sir, have you seen God?" the master said, "Yes, I have seen God. I have seen him more tangibly than I see you. I have talked to him more intimately than I am talking to you." Continuing, the master said, "But, my child, who wants to see God? People shed jugs of tears for money, wife, and children, but if they would weep for God for only one day they would surely see him." Narendra was amazed. These words he could not doubt. This was the first time he had ever heard a man saying that he had seen God. But he could not reconcile these words of the master with the scene that had taken place on the veranda only a few minutes before. He concluded that Sri Ramakrishna was a monomaniac, and returned home rather puzzled in mind. During his second visit, about a month later, suddenly, at the touch of the master, Narendra felt overwhelmed and saw the walls of the room and everything around him whirling and vanishing. "What are you doing to me?" he cried in terror. "I have my father and mother at home." He saw his own ego and the whole universe almost swallowed in a nameless void. With a laugh the master easily restored him. Narendra thought he might have been hypnotized, but he could not understand how a monomaniac could cast a spell over the mind of a strong person like himself. He returned home more confused than ever, resolved to be henceforth on his guard before this strange man. But during his third visit Narendra fared no better. This time, at the master's touch, he lost consciousness entirely. While he was still in that state, Sri Ramakrishna questioned him concerning his spiritual antecedents and whereabouts, his mission in this world, and the duration of his mortal life. The answers confirmed what the master himself had known and inferred. Among other things, he came to know that Narendra was a sage who had already attained perfection, and that the day he learnt his real nature he would give up his body in yoga. By an act of will, a few more meetings completely removed from Narendra's mind the last traces of the notion that Sri Ramakrishna might be a monomaniac or wily hypnotist. His integrity, purity, renunciation, and unselfishness were beyond question. But Narendra could not accept a man, an imperfect mortal, as his guru. As a member of the Brahmo Samaj, he could not believe that a human intermediary was necessary between man and God. Moreover, he openly laughed at Sri Ramakrishna's visions as hallucinations. Yet in the secret chamber of his heart he bore a great love for the Master. Sri Ramakrishna was grateful to the Divine Mother for sending him one who doubted his own realizations. Often he asked Narendra to test him as the money changers test their coins. He laughed at Narendra's biting criticism of his spiritual experiences and samadhi. When at times Narendra's sharp words distressed him, the Divine Mother herself would console him, saying, "Why do you listen to him? In a few days he will believe your every word." He could hardly bear Narendra's absences. Often he would weep bitterly for the sight of him. Sometimes Narendra would find the Master's love embarrassing, and one day he sharply scolded him, warning him that such infatuation would soon draw him down to the level of its object. The Master was distressed and prayed to the Divine Mother. Then he said to Narendra, "You rogue, I won't listen to you anymore. Mother says that I love you because I see God in you. And the day I no longer see God in you, I shall not be able to bear even the sight of you." The Master wanted to train Narendra in the teachings of the non-dualistic Vedanta philosophy. But Narendra, because of his Brahmo upbringing, considered it wholly blasphemous to look on man as one with his Creator. One day at the temple garden he laughingly said to a friend, "How silly! This jug is God. This cup is God. Whatever we see is God. And we too are God." Nothing could be more absurd. Sri Ramakrishna came out of his room and gently touched him. Spellbound, he immediately perceived that everything in the world was indeed God. A new universe opened around him. Returning home in a dazed state, he found there too that the food, the plate, the eater himself, the people around him, were all God. When he walked in the street, he saw that the cabs, the horses, the streams of people, the buildings, were all Brahman. He could hardly go about his day's business. His parents became anxious about him and thought him ill. And when the intensity of the experience abated a little, he saw the world as a dream. Walking in the public square, he would strike his head against the iron railings to know whether they were real. It took him a number of days to recover his normal self. He had a foretaste of the great experiences yet to come and realized that the words of the Vedanta were true. At the beginning of 1884, Narendra's father suddenly died of heart failure, leaving the family in a state of utmost poverty. There were 6 or 7 mouths to feed at home. Creditors were knocking at the door. Relatives who had accepted his father's unstinted kindness now became enemies, some even bringing suit to deprive Narendra of his ancestral home. Actually starving and barefoot, Narendra searched for a job, but without success. He began to doubt whether anywhere in the world there was such a thing as unselfish sympathy. 2 rich women made evil proposals to him and promised to put an end to his distress. But he refused them with contempt. Narendra began to talk of his doubt of the very existence of God. His friends thought he had become an atheist and piously circulated gossip adducing unmentionable motives for his unbelief. His moral character was maligned. Even some of the Master's disciples partly believed the gossip, and Narendra told these to their faces that only a coward believed in God through fear of suffering or hell. But he was distressed to think that Sri Ramakrishna, too, might believe these false reports. His pride revolted. He said to himself, "What does it matter? If a man's good name rests on such slender foundations, I don't care." But later on he was amazed to learn that the Master had never lost faith in him. To a disciple who complained about Narendra's degradation, Sri Ramakrishna replied, "Hush, you fool. The mother has told me it can never be so. I won't look at you if you speak that way again." The moment came when Narendra's distress reached its climax. He had gone the whole day without food. As he was returning home in the evening, he could hardly lift his tired limbs. He sat down in front of a house in sheer exhaustion. too weak even to think. His mind began to wander. Then, suddenly, a divine power lifted the veil over his soul. He found the solution of the problem of the coexistence of divine justice and misery. The presence of suffering in the creation of a blissful providence. He felt bodily refreshed. His soul was bathed in peace. And he slept serenely. Narendra now realized that he had a spiritual mission to fulfill. He resolved to renounce the world, as his grandfather had renounced it, and he came to Sri Ramakrishna for his blessing. But even before he had opened his mouth, the master knew what was in his mind and wept bitterly at the thought of separation. "I know you cannot lead a worldly life," he said, "but for my sake live in the world as long as I live." One day, soon after, Narendra requested Sri Ramakrishna to pray to the Divine Mother to remove his poverty. Sri Ramakrishna bade him pray to her himself, for she would certainly listen to his prayer. Narendra entered the shrine of Kali. As he stood before the image of the mother, he beheld her as a living goddess, ready to give wisdom and liberation. Unable to ask her for petty worldly things, he prayed only for knowledge and renunciation, love and liberation. The master rebuked him for his failure to ask the Divine Mother to remove his poverty and sent him back to the temple. But Narendra, standing in her presence, again forgot the purpose of his coming. Thrice he went to the temple at the bidding of the master, and thrice he returned, having forgotten in her presence why he had come. He was wondering about it when it suddenly flashed in his mind that this was all the work of Sri Ramakrishna. So now he asked the master himself to remove his poverty, and was assured that his family would not lack simple food and clothing. This was a very rich and significant experience for Narendra. It taught him that Sakti, the divine power, cannot be ignored in the world, and that in the relative plane the need of worshipping a personal God is imperative. Sri Ramakrishna was overjoyed with the conversion. The next day, sitting almost on Narendra's lap, he said to a devotee, pointing first to himself, then to Narendra, "I see I am this, and again that. Really I feel no difference. A stick floating in the Ganges seems to divide the water, but in reality the water is one. Do you see my point? Well, whatever is the mother, isn't that so?" In later years Narendra would say, "Sri Ramakrishna was the only person who, from the time he met me, believed in me uniformly throughout. Even my mother and brothers did not. It was his unwavering trust and love for me that bound me to him forever." Tarak. Others destined to be monastic disciples of Sri Ramakrishna came to Dakshineswar. Taraknath Ghoshal had felt from his boyhood the noble desire to realize God. Kashyap and the Brahmo Samaj had attracted him but proved inadequate. In 1882 he first met the master at Ramchandra's house and was astonished to hear him talk about samadhi, a subject which always fascinated his mind. And that evening he actually saw a manifestation of that superconscious state in the master. Tarak became a frequent visitor at Dakshineswar and received the master's grace in abundance. The young boy often felt ecstatic fervor in meditation. He also wept profusely while meditating on God. Sri Ramakrishna said to him, "God favors those who can weep for him. Tears shed for God wash away the sins of former births." Quote, Baburam Ghosh came to Dakshineswar accompanied by Rakal, his classmate. The master, as was often his custom, examined the boy's physiognomy and was satisfied about his latent spirituality. At the age of 8 Baburam had thought of leading a life of renunciation, in the company of a monk, in a hut shut out from the public view by a thick wall of trees. The very sight of the Panchavati awakened in his heart that dream of boyhood. Baburam was tender in body and soul. The master used to say that he was pure to his very bones. One day Hazra in his usual mischievous fashion advised Baburam and some of the other young boys to ask Sri Ramakrishna for some spiritual powers and not waste their life in mere gaiety and merriment. The master, scenting mischief, called Baburam to his side, and said, "What can you ask of me? Isn't everything that I have already yours?" "Yes. Everything I have earned in the shape of realizations is for the sake of you all. So get rid of the idea of begging, which alienates by creating a distance. Rather realize your kinship with me and gain the key to all the treasures." Quote, Niranjan Nitya Niranjan Sen was a disciple of heroic type. He came to the master when he was 18 years old. He was a medium for a group of spiritualists. During his first visit, the master said to him, "My boy, if you think always of ghosts, you will become a ghost. And if you think of God, you will become God. Now, which do you prefer?" Niranjan severed all connections with the spiritualists. During his second visit, the master embraced him and said warmly, "Niranjan, my boy, the days are flitting away. When will you realize God? This life will be in vain if you do not realize Him. When will you devote your mind wholly to God?" Niranjan was surprised to see the master's great anxiety for his spiritual welfare. He was a young man endowed with unusual spiritual parts. He felt disdain for worldly pleasures and was totally guileless, like a child, but he had a violent temper. One day, as he was coming in a country boat to Dakshineswar, some of his fellow passengers began to speak ill of the master. Finding his protest futile, Niranjan began to rock the boat, threatening to sink it in midstream. That silenced the offenders. When he reported the incident to the master, he was rebuked for his inability to curb his anger. Jogindranath, on the other hand, was gentle to a fault. One day, under circumstances very like those that had evoked Niranjan's anger, he curbed his temper and held his peace instead of threatening Sri Ramakrishna's abusers. The master, learning of his conduct, scolded him roundly. Thus to each the fault of the other was recommended as a virtue the guru was striving to develop. In the first instance, composure, and in the second, mettle. The secret of his training was to build up, by a tactful recognition of the requirements of each given case, the character of the devotee. Jogindranath came of an aristocratic Brahmin family of Dakshineswar. His father and relatives shared the popular mistrust of Sri Ramakrishna's sanity. At a very early age, the boy developed religious tendencies, spending 2 or 3 hours daily in meditation. And his meeting with Sri Ramakrishna deepened his desire for the realization of God. He had a perfect horror of marriage, but at the earnest request of his mother he had had to yield. And he now believed that his spiritual future was doomed. So he kept himself away from the master. Sri Ramakrishna employed a ruse to bring Jogindra to him. As soon as the disciple entered the room, the master rushed forward to meet the young man. Catching hold of the disciple's hand, he said, "What if you have married? Haven't I too married? What is there to be afraid of in that?" Touching his own chest, he said, "If this, meaning himself, is propitious, then even 100,000 marriages cannot injure you. If you desire to lead a householder's life, then bring your wife here one day, and I shall see that she becomes a real companion in your spiritual progress. But if you want to lead a monastic life, then I shall eat up your attachment to the world." Jogin was dumbfounded at these words. He received new strength, and his spirit of renunciation was re-established. Sashi and Surat were 2 cousins who came from a pious Brahmin family of Calcutta. At an early age they had joined the Brahmo Samaj and had come under the influence of Kashab Sen. The master said to them at their first meeting, "If bricks and tiles are burnt after the trademark has been stamped on them, they retain the mark forever. Similarly, man should be stamped with God before entering the world. Then he will not become attached to worldliness." Fully aware of the future course of their life, he asked them not to marry. The master asked Sashi whether he believed in God with form or in God without form. Sashi replied that he was not even sure about the existence of God, so he could not speak one way or the other. This frank answer very much pleased the master. Surat's soul longed for the all-embracing realization of the Godhead. When the master inquired whether there was any particular form of God he wished to see, the boy replied that he would like to see God in all the living beings of the world. But the master demurred. That is the last word in realization. One cannot have it at the very outset. Surat stated calmly, I won't be satisfied with anything short of that. I shall trudge on along the path till I attain that blessed state. Sri Ramakrishna was very much pleased. Harinath had led the austere life of a brahmachari even from his early boyhood, bathing in the Ganges every day, cooking his own meals, waking before sunrise, and reciting the Gita from memory before leaving bed. He found in the master the embodiment of the Vedanta scriptures. Aspiring to be a follower of the ascetic Sankara, he cherished a great hatred for women. One day he said to the master that he could not allow even small girls to come near him. The master scolded him and said, You are talking like a fool. Why should you hate women? They are the manifestations of the Divine Mother. Regard them as your own mother and you will never feel their evil influence. The more you hate them, the more you will fall into their snares. Hari said later that these words completely changed his attitude toward women. The master knew Hari's passion for Vedanta, but he did not wish any of his disciples to become a dry ascetic or a mere bookworm. So he asked Hari to practice Vedanta in life by giving up the unreal and following the real. But it is not so easy. Sri Ramakrishna said, to realize the illusoriness of the world, study alone does not help one very much. The grace of God is required. Mere personal effort is futile. A man is a tiny creature after all, with very limited powers. But he can achieve the impossible if he prays to God for his grace. Whereupon the master sang a song in praise of grace. Hari was profoundly moved and shed tears. Later in life Hari achieved a wonderful synthesis of the ideals of the personal God and the impersonal truth. Gangadhar, Harinath's friend, also led the life of a strict brahmachari, eating vegetarian food cooked by his own hands and devoting himself to the study of the scriptures. He met the master in 1884 and soon became a member of his inner circle. The master praised his ascetic habit and attributed it to the spiritual disciplines of his past life. Gangadhar became a close companion of Narendra. Hariprasanna, a college student, visited the master in the company of his friends Sashi and Surat. Sri Ramakrishna showed him great favor by initiating him into spiritual life. As long as he lived, Hariprasanna remembered and observed the following drastic advice of the master. Even if a woman is pure as gold and rolls on the ground for love of God, it is dangerous for a monk ever to look at her. Quote, Kali Kaliprasad visited the master toward the end of 1883. Given to the practice of meditation and the study of the scriptures, Kali was particularly interested in yoga. Feeling the need of a guru in spiritual life, he came to the master and was accepted as a disciple. The young boy possessed a rational mind and often felt skeptical about the personal God. The master said to him, Your doubts will soon disappear. Others, too, have passed through such a state of mind. Look at Narain. He now weeps at the names of Radha and Krishna. Kali began to see visions of gods and goddesses. Very soon these disappeared and in meditation he experienced vastness, infinity, and the other attributes of the impersonal Brahman. Subodh visited the master in 1885. At the very first meeting Sri Ramakrishna said to him, You will succeed. Mother says so. Those whom she sends here will certainly attain spirituality. During the second meeting the master wrote something on Subodh's tongue. stroked his body from the navel to the throat, and said, "Awake, mother, awake." He asked the boy to meditate. At once Subodh's latent spirituality was awakened. He felt a current rushing along the spinal column to the brain. Joy filled his soul. Sarada and Tulasi, two more young men, Sarada, Prasanna and Tulasi, complete the small band of the master's disciples later to embrace the life of the wandering monk. With the exception of the elder Gopal, all of them were in their teens or slightly over. They came from middle-class Bengali families, and most of them were students in school or college. Their parents and relatives had envisaged for them bright worldly careers. They came to Sri Ramakrishna with pure bodies, vigorous minds, and uncontaminated souls. All were born with unusual spiritual attributes. Sri Ramakrishna accepted them, even at first sight, as his children, relatives, friends, and companions. His magic touch unfolded them, and later each according to his measure reflected the life of the master, becoming a torchbearer of his message across land and sea. Woman devotees. With his woman devotees, Sri Ramakrishna established a very sweet relationship. He himself embodied the tender traits of a woman. He had dwelt on the highest plane of truth, where there is not even the slightest trace of sex, and his innate purity evoked only the noblest emotion in men and women alike. His woman devotees often said, "We seldom looked on Sri Ramakrishna as a member of the male sex. We regarded him as one of us. We never felt any constraint before him. He was our best confidant." They loved him as their child, their friend, and their teacher. In spiritual discipline, he advised them to renounce lust and greed and especially warned them not to fall into the snares of men. Gopal Ma, unsurpassed among the woman devotees of the Master in the richness of her devotion and spiritual experiences, was Aghoramani Devi, an orthodox Brahmin woman, widowed at an early age. She had dedicated herself completely to spiritual pursuits. Gopala, the baby Krishna, was her ideal deity, whom she worshipped following the Vatsalya attitude of the Vaishnava religion, regarding him as her own child. Through him she satisfied her unassuaged maternal love, cooking for him, feeding him, bathing him, and putting him to bed. This sweet intimacy with Gopala won her the sobriquet of Gopal Ma, or Gopala's mother. For 40 years she had lived on the bank of the Ganges in a small bare room, her only companions being a threadbare copy of the Ramayana and a bag containing her rosary. At the age of 60, in 1884, she visited Sri Ramakrishna at Dakshineswar. During the second visit, as soon as the master saw her, he said, "Oh, you have come. Give me something to eat." With great hesitation she gave him some ordinary sweets that she had purchased for him on the way. The master ate them with relish and asked her to bring him simple curries or sweets prepared by her own hands. Gopal Ma thought him a queer kind of monk, for, instead of talking of God, he always asked for food. She did not want to visit him again, but an irresistible attraction brought her back to the temple garden. She carried with her some simple curries that she had cooked herself. One early morning at 3 o'clock, about a year later, Gopal Ma was about to finish her daily devotions, when she was startled to find Sri Ramakrishna sitting on her left, with his right hand clenched, like the hand of the image of Gopala. She was amazed and caught hold of the hand, whereupon the figure vanished and in its place appeared the real Gopala, her ideal deity. She cried aloud with joy. Gopala begged her for butter. She pleaded her poverty and gave him some dry coconut candies. Gopala sat on her lap, snatched away her rosary, jumped on her shoulders, and moved all about the room. As soon as the day broke she hastened to Dakshineswar like an insane woman. Of course Gopala accompanied her, resting his head on her shoulder. She clearly saw his tiny ruddy feet hanging over her breast. She entered Sri Ramakrishna's room. The master had fallen into samadhi. Like a child, he sat on her lap, and she began to feed him with butter, cream, and other delicacies. After some time he regained consciousness and returned to his bed, but the mind of Gopala's mother was still roaming in another plane. She was steeped in bliss. She saw Gopala frequently entering the master's body and again coming out of it. When she returned to her hut, still in a dazed condition, Gopala accompanied her. She spent about 2 months in uninterrupted communion with God, the baby Gopala never leaving her for a moment. Then the intensity of her vision was lessened. Had it not been, her body would have perished. The master spoke highly of her exalted spiritual condition and said that such vision of God was a rare thing for ordinary mortals. The fun-loving master one day confronted the critical Narendranath with this simple-minded woman. No two could have presented a more striking contrast. The master knew of Narendra's lofty contempt for all visions, and he asked the old lady to narrate her experiences to Narendra. With great hesitation she told him her story. Now and then she interrupted her maternal chatter to ask Narendra, "My son, I am a poor ignorant woman. I don't understand anything. You are so learned. Now tell me if these visions of Gopala are true." As Narendra listened to the story he was profoundly moved. He said, "Yes, mother, they are quite true." Behind his cynicism Narendra, too, possessed a heart full of love and tenderness. The march of events in 1882 Ride was dismissed from service in the Kawanai temple for an act of indiscretion, and was ordered by the authorities never again to enter the garden. In a way the hand of the Divine Mother may be seen even in this. Having taken care of Sri Ramakrishna during the stormy days of his spiritual discipline, Ride had come naturally to consider himself the sole guardian of his uncle. None could approach the master without his knowledge, and he would be extremely jealous if Sri Ramakrishna paid attention to anyone else. Ride's removal made it possible for the real devotees of the master to approach him freely and live with him in the temple garden. During the weekends the householders, enjoying a respite from their office duties, visited the master. The meetings on Sunday afternoons were of the nature of little festivals. Refreshments were often served. Professional musicians now and then sang devotional songs. The master and the devotees sang and danced, Sri Ramakrishna frequently going into ecstatic moods. The happy memory of such a Sunday would linger long in the minds of the devotees. Those whom the master wanted for special instruction he would ask to visit him on Tuesdays and Saturdays. These days were particularly auspicious for the worship of Kali, the young disciples destined to be monks. Sri Ramakrishna invited on weekdays. When the householders were not present, the training of the householders and of the future monks had to proceed along entirely different lines. Since M. generally visited the master on weekends, the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna does not contain much mention of the future monastic disciples. Finally, there was a handful of fortunate disciples, householders as well as youngsters, who were privileged to spend nights with the master in his room. They would see him get up early in the morning and walk up and down the room, singing in his sweet voice and tenderly communing with the mother. Injury to the master's arm one day. In January 1884, the master was going toward the pine grove when he went into a trance. He was alone. There was no one to support him or guide his footsteps. He fell to the ground and dislocated a bone in his left arm. This accident had a significant influence on his mind, the natural inclination of which was to soar above the consciousness of the body. The acute pain in the arm forced his mind to dwell on the body and on the world outside. But he saw even in this a divine purpose. For, with his mind compelled to dwell on the physical plane, he realized more than ever that he was an instrument in the hand of the Divine Mother, who had a mission to fulfill through his human body and mind. He also distinctly found that in the phenomenal world God manifests himself in an inscrutable way, through diverse human beings, both good and evil. Thus he would speak of God in the guise of the wicked, God in the guise of the pious, God in the guise of the hypocrite, God in the guise of the lewd. He began to take a special delight in watching the divine play in the relative world. Sometimes the sweet human relationship with God would appear to him more appealing than the all-effacing knowledge of Brahman. Many a time he would pray, "Mother, don't make me unconscious through the knowledge of Brahman. Don't give me Brahmajnana. Mother, am I not your child, and naturally timid? I must have my mother. A million salutations to the knowledge of Brahman. Give it to those who want it." Again he prayed, "O Mother, let me remain in contact with men. Don't make me a dried-up ascetic. I want to enjoy your sport in the world." He was able to taste this very rich divine experience and enjoy the love of God and the company of his devotees because his mind, on account of the injury to his arm, was forced to come down to the consciousness of the body. Again, he would make fun of people who proclaimed him as a divine incarnation. By pointing to his broken arm, he would say, "Have you ever heard of God breaking his arm? It took the arm about 5 months to heal." Beginning of his illness in April 1885, the master's throat became inflamed. Prolonged conversation or absorption in samadhi, making the blood flow into the throat, would aggravate the pain. Yet when the annual Vaishnava festival was celebrated at Panahati, Sri Ramakrishna attended it against the doctor's advice. With a group of disciples he spent himself in music, dance, and ecstasy. The illness took a turn for the worse and was diagnosed as clergyman's sore throat. The patient was cautioned against conversation and ecstasies. Though he followed the physician's directions regarding medicine and diet, he could neither control his trances nor withhold from seekers the solace of his advice. Sometimes, like a sulky child, he would complain to the mother about the crowds, who gave him no rest day or night. He was overheard to say to her, "Why do you bring here all these worthless people, who are like milk diluted with 5 times its own quantity of water? My eyes are almost destroyed with blowing the fire to dry up the water. My health is gone. It is beyond my strength. Do it yourself, if you want it done. This," pointing to his own body, "is but a perforated drum. And if you go on beating it day in and day out, how long will it last?" But his large heart never turned anyone away. He said, "Let me be condemned to be born over and over again, even in the form of a dog, if I can be of help to a single soul." And he bore the pain, singing cheerfully, "Let the body be preoccupied with illness, but, O mind, dwell forever in God's bliss." One night he had a hemorrhage of the throat. The doctor now diagnosed the illness as cancer. Narendra was the first to break this heart-rending news to the disciples. Within 3 days the master was removed to Calcutta for better treatment. At Balaram's house he remained a week until a suitable place could be found at Siapakor, in the northern section of Calcutta. During this week he dedicated himself practically without respite to the instruction of those beloved devotees who had been unable to visit him oftener at Dakshineswar. Discourses incessantly flowed from his tongue, and he often went into samadhi. Dr. Mahendra Sarkar, the celebrated homeopath of Calcutta, was invited to undertake his treatment. Siapakor. In the beginning of September 1885, Sri Ramakrishna was moved to Siapakor. Here Narendra organized the young disciples to attend the master day and night. At first they concealed the master's illness from their guardians, but when it became more serious they remained with him almost constantly, sweeping aside the objections of their relatives and devoting themselves wholeheartedly to the nursing of their beloved Guru. These young men, under the watchful eyes of the master and the leadership of Narendra, became the Antaranga Bhaktas, the devotees of Sri Ramakrishna's inner circle. They were privileged to witness many manifestations of the Master's divine powers. Narendra received instructions regarding the propagation of his message after his death. The Holy Mother, so Sarada Devi had come to be affectionately known by Sri Ramakrishna's devotees, was brought from Dakshineswar to look after the general cooking and to prepare the special diet of the patient. The dwelling space being extremely limited, she had to adapt herself to cramped conditions. At 3 o'clock in the morning she would finish her bath in the Ganges and then enter a small, covered place on the roof, where she spent the whole day cooking and praying. After 11 at night, when the visitors went away, she would come down to her small bedroom on the first floor to enjoy a few hours' sleep. Thus she spent 3 months, working hard, sleeping little, and praying constantly for the Master's recovery. At Sayapakor the devotees led an intense life. Their attendance on the Master was in itself a form of spiritual discipline. His mind was constantly soaring to an exalted plane of consciousness. Now and then they would catch the contagion of his spiritual fervor. They sought to divine the meaning of this illness of the Master, whom most of them had accepted as an incarnation of God. One group, headed by Gurish with his robust optimism and great power of imagination, believed that the illness was a mere pretext to serve a deeper purpose. The Master had willed his illness in order to bring the devotees together and promote solidarity among them. As soon as this purpose was served, he would himself get rid of the disease. A second group thought that the Divine Mother, in whose hand the Master was an instrument, had brought about this illness to serve her own mysterious ends. But the young rationalists, led by Narendra, refused to ascribe a supernatural cause to a natural phenomenon. They believed that the Master's body, a material thing, was subject, like all other material things, to physical laws. Growth, development, decay, and death were laws of nature to which the Master's body could not but respond. But though holding differing views, they all believed that it was to him alone that they must look for the attainment of their spiritual goal. In spite of the physician's efforts and the prayers and nursing of the devotees, the illness rapidly progressed. The pain sometimes appeared to be unbearable. The Master lived only on liquid food, and his frail body was becoming a mere skeleton. Yet his face always radiated joy, and he continued to welcome the visitors pouring in to receive his blessing. When certain zealous devotees tried to keep the visitors away, they were told by Gurish, "You cannot succeed in it. He has been born for this very purpose, to sacrifice himself for the redemption of others." The more the body was devastated by illness. Last days at Kasipur, when Sri Ramakrishna's illness showed signs of aggravation, the devotees, following the advice of Dr. Sarkar, rented a spacious garden house at Kasipur, in the northern suburbs of Calcutta. The Master was removed to this place on December 11, 1885. It was at Kasipur that the curtain fell on the varied activities of the Master's life on the physical plane. His soul lingered in the body 8 months more. It was the period of his great passion, a constant crucifixion of the body and the triumphant revelation of the soul. Here one sees the humanity and divinity of the Master passing and repassing across a thin border line. Every minute of those 8 months was suffused with touching tenderness of heart and breathtaking elevation of spirit. Every word he uttered was full of pathos and sublimity. It took the group only a few days to become adjusted to the new environment. The Holy Mother, assisted by Sri Ramakrishna's niece, Lakshmi Devi, and a few woman devotees, took charge of the cooking for the Master and his attendants. Surendra willingly bore the major portion of the expenses, other householders contributing according to their means. 12 disciples were constant attendants of the Master: Narendra, Rakal, Baburam, Niranjan, Jogin, Latu, Tarak, the elder Gopal, Kali, Sashi, Surat, and the younger Gopal, Sarada, Harish, Hari, Gangadhar, and Tulasi visited the master from time to time and practiced sadhana at home. Narendra, preparing for his law examination, brought his books to the garden house in order to continue his studies during the infrequent spare moments. He encouraged his brother disciples to intensify their meditation, scriptural studies, and other spiritual disciplines. They all forgot their relatives and their worldly duties. Among the attendants, Sashi was the embodiment of service. He did not practice meditation, japa, or any of the other disciplines followed by his brother devotees. He was convinced that service to the Guru was the only religion for him. He forgot food and rest and was ever ready at the master's bedside. Pandit Sasadhar one day suggested to the master that the latter could remove the illness by concentrating his mind on the throat. Maha Samadhi Sunday, August 15, 1886. The master's pulse became irregular. The devotees stood by the bedside. Toward dusk, Sri Ramakrishna had difficulty in breathing. A short time afterwards he complained of hunger. A little liquid food was put into his mouth. Some of it he swallowed, and the rest ran over his chin. 2 attendants began to fan him. All at once he went into samadhi of a rather unusual type. The body became stiff. Sassi burst into tears. But after midnight the master revived. He was now very hungry and helped himself to a bowl of porridge. He said he was strong again. He sat up against 5 or 6 pillows, which were supported by the body of Sashi, who was fanning him. Narendra took his feet on his lap and began to rub them. Again and again, the master repeated to him, "Take care of these boys." Then, he asked to lie down. 3 times in ringing tones he cried the name of Kali, his life's beloved, and lay back. At 2 minutes past 1 there was a low sound in his throat and he fell a little to one side. A thrill passed over his body. His hair stood on end. His eyes became fixed on the tip of his nose. His face was lighted with a smile. The final ecstasy began. It was total absorption, from which his mind never returned. Narendra, unable to bear it, ran downstairs. Dr. Sarkar arrived the following noon and pronounced that life had departed not more than half an hour before. At 5 o'clock the master's body was brought downstairs, laid on a cot, dressed in ochre clothes, and decorated with sandal paste and flowers. A procession was formed. The passers-by wept as the body was taken to the cremation ground at the Baranagore Ghat on the Ganges, while the devotees were returning to the garden house, carrying the urn with the sacred ashes. A calm resignation came to their souls and they cried, "Victory unto the Guru." The Holy Mother was weeping in her room, not for her husband, but because she felt that Mother Kali had left her, as she was about to put off the marks of a Hindu widow. In a moment of revelation she heard the words of faith, "I have only passed from one room to another." Quote,